Okay, greetings everybody. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Vorm, and I am going to play Dragons Down, as hopefully you can see on the screen there, and tell from the title of the stream. Dragons Down fantasy adventure board game. Played yesterday. Took way too long explaining a lot of things about how to play the game, and this time we're just going to play. We're going to forego all the long explanations about every single little part of the gameplay. And I'm just going to play. I'll mention things and I'll kind of explain my thinking and what I'm trying to figure out regarding what's going on. If you're unfamiliar, though, this is not intended to be a full tutorial walkthrough how to play type video. So just me playing the game, getting some practice. I need some practice. I need some experience. I need to figure out how to deal with certain situations and just get a feel for the flow. So, we are going to be playing a Half-Elf Battlemage. So, yesterday we were a human knight. Today we're going to be a Half-Elf Battlemage. So, the Half-Elves, I should mention, we're playing with the core box and the first expansion, Desolation. Two terrain types this time instead of one that we did yesterday. Yesterday we did just mountains. This time I've mixed mountains and forest, or woods. So we've got 12 total tiles on the board to move around on. The Desolation expansion also increases the available lineages and character selection. So I pulled the half-elf there from the Desolation expansion. Only these first 4 columns are in the core box. So the half-elves and the half-orcs show up in Desolation. So we are a half-elf, and then I chose the Battlemage, which I believe is also from the expansion. So let's go talk about our character. So the half-elves are part of 2 worlds. When you play a half-elf, their intrinsic ability can either be human or elf. You can choose which of those 2 you would like when you start. So I went with the elf ability. We get a magic cube and we get a spell to start due to our elven heritage. Then the battle mage. Battle Mage has honed the combination of magic and martial skills into one discipline. The Battle Mage may play 1 purple magic cube as if it was a red might cube each combat round. So we can sub in one of these purple cubies in place of or onto a might space of one of our weapons, essentially. So it gets us some variable amounts of might to be able to power up our melee side. We've got 2 of each of the attributes, 2 cunning, 2 wisdom, 2 charisma, 2 health, 3 in each of the speed stats, attack speed and maneuver speed. And we have 3 speed cubes, 2 might cubes, and 1 purple cube for our magic from the battle mage side. And then we get another cube of our choice and spell from our elf side. And I chose the same purple color. For the 2 spells, I get 1 for Battle Mage and again 1 for choosing the Elf Heritage. I chose Fireball and Fly. So Fireball, big boom boom. And Fly hopefully will help us get away and or, travel the board a little faster so we can move from location to location, getting things explored, finding the sites, all that good stuff. So problems are, 3 attack speed, 3 maneuver speed, but only 3 might cubes or 3 speed cubes total to put between them. I'm not sure how I'm going to manage that. That's 3 speed cubes, 6 slots. What do you choose? When do you choose it? That's going to be a puzzle. I'm not sure how I'm going to handle that. We got plenty of might. Oh, I should also mention gear. So per the Battle Mage card here down at the bottom, we start with a short bow, a spear, the spell that I picked, and 15 gold. So we got a little bit of money in our pocket, in our purse. And then we also have, I've locked it down here, we also have a short bow to go along with the spear. I've chosen to equip the spear with a 2-handed stance. You have to pick how you're going to utilize the spear when you put it on your equipment card. We're going to save the bow as a backup for now. And the reason I'm doing this way is this gives me more melee and damage opportunity. I can throw this if I choose to do so from ambush, for example. And when you throw a weapon from ambush during combat, you are immediately, during the cleanup phase, able to re-equip. So I can switch to the bow after I throw the spear. So that's why we're kind of doing it that way. All right. But yeah, so we're going to start with the spear. It can be used either one-handed or two-handed. That's why this symbol here shows kind of a solid outline and then a ghosted outline in the other direction, because you can choose which one. It's a mandatory 2 might cube endeavor. You can do a third cube, but notice how it has the crossed swords here. You can only do this one if you're two-handed wielding it. So you cannot put a cube here unless it's in its two-handed wielding position. So that's why I've got it that way currently. My intent is to throw my 2 might cubes and 1 purple cube on there, assuming I can get away with that, depending on, other stuff. A lot of complicated stuff in regards to the placement of the cubes. All right, I think that's everything. For those that, slogged through that long series yesterday and need the new info, we now have 2 civilization cards. We've got the knights again, because we are playing with the mountain tile set, or a terrain set. And then we've got the priests for the woods. So the priest's civilization card for us to do a mission. It says at the sanctuary, remove the treasure listed below from the game. So we can come here and basically we can donate things to the sanctuary. And they're looking for spell books, spell scrolls, or tomes. I'm not sure how many of those I'd be willing to give up, but, maybe. And the larger box indicates that we can do this as many times as we want. So every time we bring one of these things here and we donate it, we can earn a point. So, and then for the knights, we're on the side that says pay 40 gold after killing 2 monsters, each with fame value higher than 10. So we just got to kill bigger stuff. And we can bring it back and pay money and earn one of the titles. Okay, so that's that. Here's our terrain for the woods. I'll show them both for folks that didn't see yesterday. We got the Malevolent Mountains again, so we're somewhat familiar with this. Slow moving through, but we've got the Chamber, the Crypt, and the Horde as possible sites. And the terrain tiles are set up, I know, in such a way that those that have the slower movement rates tend to also have the better treasure allotments. So swamps and mountains are the hardest things to move through, and they tend to have these valuable treasure sites with lots of deep treasures and such. Whereas some of the easier to move terrain types like plains might have like 2 scholars and 2 sites, or maybe even 1 site. I forget all the combinations. But you're more inclined to get good treasures in the harder to reach places, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, so we've got the Malevolent Mountains with the Chamber, the Crypt, and the Horde. So we might see the Titan, the Lich, and the Great Drake. The Scholar is here, prefers the Cunning trait, which we have a 2 value of. So we've got an okay-ish ability to haggle. We might get some prices lowered. Let's go take a look over here in the Wicked Woods. Wicked Woods, civilization is the sanctuary, has 3 NPCs, 1 high priest and 2 acolytes. For natives, it's got the shrine with 2 deep treasures and 3 treasures, the secret cache with 1 deep treasure, 20 gold, and as soon as you find it, you just take everything. You take the treasure and you take the gold. And it's guarded by bandits a lot of times. So I haven't dealt a lot with the bandits. Might have to refresh my memory on how those guys work. I believe they summon all at once when they are summoned. Then we have 2 merchants. So like I mentioned before, the woods aren't quite as dangerous or treasure-filled as the mountains. So we have the Crone and the Smith. Crone also likes cunning. Smith likes charisma. 5 treasures, 4 items, 3 missions, 3 treasures, and 8 items, because, he's a blacksmith, so he's got lots of items, and 2 missions available. Okay, and the Wraith is the defender of the shrine. So 1 attack speed, or 1 damage, 2 attack speed, 4 maneuver speed, undead flying with 4 hit points, and the flip side, he just switches his attack speed, maneuver speed around. So instead of 3-3, he goes to 2-4. That guy is fast on that side. Okay. I think that's all we need to know. So I've got my player board all set up and ready to go. Let's go ahead and click turn 1. And in looking at the map, I've decided I'm going to start here. We're going to enter via this path onto this cave space as our starting move. Looking around a little bit, I notice we've got a division here. So the only way I mean, if I ever have to get back here for any reason, which I don't think I'll need to, because we'll be able to enter the sieve tile on this side and then exit. But this is kind of a dead end tile here. Notice that it doesn't have a connection to these 4 clearings. So when we step onto here, if we do and we draw the wilderness tile, if it's a cool site or something and it appears here, we're kind of well, I could probably enchant that. Let's look at the enchant. Let's change your orientation so it's the same as what we're seeing on the screen. All right. Yeah, we can change it so we might have to enchant it twice. Once to get onto the space we need and then once to get out again. So that would suck. That would take up an awful lot of time if we had to enchant it twice to rearrange the pathways. But we could get to these cutoff sections if we had to. So hopefully it isn't a thing that we need to worry about. But I am planning just semi long-term movement paths. We're going to step into clearing 6, the caves. That's going to restrict our total actions. Then we're going to move here to the sanctuary and probably interact with the merchant for our 3rd action to see what missions might be available. Then we're going to take off moving, so we'll get to see what's at this location. We'll click the tile to bring the wilderness tile out. We'll do our business. Then we'll hit this mountain set. I'll go to 2 to 3. We'll just step over here, draw the token and see what we get, and then we'll decide from there where to go. But most likely we'll be coming back out here to the middle of the map, and then we got pretty good pathways to connect to this lot of this other stuff. The cave or the mountains civilization is on the other side of the map. So we've got the woods tile here, and we've got the mountain civilization way up there. So one thing that having 2 terrain tiles will do is a lot of the missions for the merchants are deliver this item to the other civilization tile. And that's going to be a bit of a journey, but it is possible. So we have no connection right through here. So it's either going to have to be a go left or go right and around. There's no connection here. Yeah, this long route here would be the connection. Otherwise, it's, way around. That's a pretty ugly route over there, too. Yuck. All right, well, let's see what we can do. So, turn 1. I have... Oh, let me draw my action cubes. Come here, cubie. Okay, there's our 4 action cubes. Plubby Toll, you're getting a delayed notification? Got me. No idea. I don't generally see those myself. I generate them. I don't see them. So I'm not sure what might be happening there. Is that a common thing or just this one-time thing? It seemed delayed. We haven't been going that long. Okay, first action. I'm stepping into a cave. Since a cave is part of my movement this turn, beginning, ending, through, whatever, as long as a cave is involved, you're restricted to 3 total actions. That is action number 1 for me. Action number 2, we're going to move to this clearing, and for the sanctuary, that's clearing 1. They're all woods, so they're all just 1 point to move to. So 1, 2, and once we move here, we need to set this up. We have 2 tiles. Now, when you have multiple terrain sets, these civilization tiles get all mixed together into one pile. So I could draw the scholar, for example, for the mountain set, because the only thing the mountain set has is a blank one and a scholar. And it's mixed with the ones from the forest, and then you just draw randomly. So the NPCs could be in either one. So let's see what we got. We got the smith, and we got the empty one. I think the empty one is the one from there. So that means we're going to have the crone and the scholar up at the other one. All right, we'll just pull these down to these corners. I'm going to click the button. That'll set up the cards for the smith up top here. So if we go over and look at the smith, he's now been populated with his 3 treasures, 8 items, and 2 missions. And back to the map. So 1, 2, and we're going to interact with the trader, with the blacksmith for our final action. So we only get 3 this round. We did move, and we're going to do a trade action. All right, so back to the top. Let's draw these cards out and take a look. Rotate, flip, and spread them out. Okay, let's look at the missions first on the far end. Dragon Slayer, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one for us. Kill 3 juvenile dragons. We'll definitely take that. He only has one other, a Blood Offerer. Kill any native, which is the friendly guys that are on the Civ tiles, and place their counter in your backpack. Complete this mission at the shrine. Remove the native from the game and draw one. So basically, we're bringing a sacrifice to an evil ritual over at the shrine. So we would have to kill, conquer, knock out a native, and then take their chip off to the shrine. So we don't know where the shrine's at yet. The natives that we are near currently are the High Priest, the Acolyte 1, and the Acolyte 2, and they are different apparently. It looks like they have different stats. So the little guys are 2 damage. He's a 0 attack speed, 3 maneuver speed, only 1 health, 2-1, 2-1. And on the flip side, he just flips. He just flips from 0-3 to 2-2. Okay. And the Acolyte here goes from a 1. Oh, his damage goes up. So he goes from a 2-1-2 to a 3-2-1. All right. That could get spicy. Now, the interesting thing here is I'm in a Civ tile, and I have a fireball available to me. I could, during this round of combat, that would be bad, because I think I'd get trapped on this tile if I enchant it. And I would like to enchant it, but I don't have to for the fireball. But watch what happens. So this is rotated like so. This is its position on the screen we're seeing. So that's how the arrangement is currently. If I enchant this, it's going to flip to, and I'm in clearing 1. That's what's going to happen. So I'd have to go back out through the cave and into that mountain set and then off to the mountains from there. I wouldn't be able to go to that clearing in the northwest corner if I enchant this. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Whoops, I've already screwed up the gameplay. I already made a mistake. Damn it. All right, we got to back up very slightly. When I stepped into the tile, I was supposed to summon the wilderness token and see what we get. We got a free item. What did I get? Our free item is a leather helm. All right. We'll put that on. Armor is good. All right, that's all we needed to do. Now we'll go ahead and go back over here. So this is the kind of opportunity I need to think about. I haven't done this much yet, fighting natives and such. So they all are very low hit points. The problem is going to be the maneuver speeds. Archie. He gets slower when he flips. He gets slower when he flips. They all get slower if they flip. So the 3 maneuver speeds are the toughest ones for me. I just don't have enough cubes. I have to commit 2 cubes to my spell. That only leaves 3 other cubes. So if I... I have not done native combat. I don't have a good feel for the exact steps for this. I would like to ambush them, for example. I don't know if they know the attack is coming. I believe they know the attack is coming as the instant I target, but that's after their challenge. And how does this work? First, let me bring this out. So it's challenge, activate, evade, target. And usually people I'm fighting target whoever they challenged. Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy on the mechanics of the native fights and differences when I'm trying to kick the fight off myself. I might just leave them alone for this one. I'll have to do some research because I don't want to screw it up too badly because they get expanded rule sets and interaction options and such in the natives expansion, and I haven't delved into that yet heavily. So let's play nicer this run. I'll figure this stuff out next time or in between times, so I'm more confident. I'll specifically research this stuff. So I'm going to play nice for now. I'm probably giving up a really good opportunity here. I feel that I am, because with the character we've got and who these are, I think I could easily wipe them out, get a bunch of fame points. I'd be a bad guy. I'd get a bunch of outlaw tokens, but then I'd have fun figuring out how to get rid of those before the 30 turn limit. So yeah, maybe what I'll do is I'll run this one twice. I'll do it now as the nice guy, and then I'll reload the save for a second attempt and then do it, the bad way. All right. I don't want to spend too much time jawing about that stuff, so we're not going to do that. Let's go back up and look at the cards again. I got distracted. All right, so we're going to take this one. We're going to ignore that one. Item-wise, we've got a little bit of cash. What do we see? We got 2 breastplates. Armor is what I would mainly be interested in. 9, that means they cost 27. Starting price is triple the listed rate unless I haggle. I'd have to haggle twice successfully to get it below my current level. I'm not giving up that leather helm armor that we got, so I don't think I could manage it. We'll try it. I'll pick one to try because there's no downside to trying the haggle. But let's keep looking for a second. So back this way, we've got the symbol of stealth, which is a miscellaneous item, may perform 1 sneak action, which does not count against the turn's action limit. All right, so basically it lets you get a free sneak action. You don't have to spend a cube to do it. That's really good. That's a guaranteed sneak every turn without having to give up. So that pays off massively. Holy crap, I want that. I could actually buy that. Because it's triple, 15. I got 15. The Mirror of Idolatry. This is just like the dragon thing we got in yesterday's stream. Hero may not sneak or alert while possessing this card. Must always be face up. If the owner is killed, it's placed face up in the clearing. All right, similar to the Mirror of Idolatry. And then the Taper of Illumination. Costs 10. Looks like it's probably going to remove the cave. Yeah, do not lose an action when in a cave clearing on the hero's turn. So the torch makes it so you can move through caves without losing a turn. So I'm not playing with the cave terrain pack. We do have some caves scattered around in the mountains here. We've got the 2 tiles here. That's it. Those are the only 2 cave tiles on the entire map. So not really a priority with the setup we've got currently. All right. I really want this, though. I think this would be a magnificent amount of benefit to get, especially this early in the run. I can just automatically leave it on sneak every single turn, but still have my 4 full actions. So we get maximum safety without having to give up a quarter of our actions. So we're absolutely going to do this one. All right, so I'm going to attempt to buy this. We're going to attempt to haggle the price down. We'll see if we're successful. So the way haggle works for this guy, we've got 2 in everything, so it doesn't matter a whole bunch, but he likes charisma. So we have a charisma of 2. That means my target number is 2 for my haggle dice. So when I roll these, I want to see no doors, and I want the highest number shown to be 2 or less. We got a 3. We failed with the haggle attempt. All right, so I only had that 1 more action for this turn, so we failed the haggle attempt. Probably should have just bought it outright. All right, we'll leave it there. I'll buy it first thing next turn. Let's go ahead and put this down near our card. And we are done for the round. We don't have any reason to roll the monster dice with our current board configuration, so we'll go to turn 2. Grab our 4 numbered tokens or cubes, and I'm going to spend the first one on another trade action. And I'm not going to try to haggle this time. I'm just going to buy it straight out. So we're going to spend 15 to purchase that. There's no miscellaneous slot. And I'm going to go ahead and generate a nice pretty yellow cube to just stick there permanently as a reminder of that. Lock that down. That's not likely to ever leave my board. And I'll lock that down too. All right, so we get a free sneak action Oops, wrong button, wrong space. There we go. Free sneak action every turn because of that item. All right, so we did a trade action. I could also sell him items and so on, but I don't want to do any of the other components of that particular thing. Let me show here, and I'll just scroll back through. Keep going, keep going. All right, so bottom right corner, trade. You can swap items or you can do commerce. The commerce step has a number of different things you can do. First, you can look at all the cards a merchant has. Then you can sell any amount of cards. You can do these in any order within this step. You can look at the items. You can sell as many items as you want. You can buy one item, and then haggling is part of that process. You can take missions. You can pay to repair gear, any amount, as long as you have the money to pay for it. So the only thing limited here is purchasing. One item per trade action. Then separate from that section, the commerce section, you can complete a mission with an action, you can claim a title with an action, and you can remove curses and spells with an action. All right. So that was my first action. Let's go look at the map. We've got our benefit. We've now explored this tile. There are no special sites or anything for us to worry about. So unless, I mean, I do need to go get some dragons, but we've got another mountain coming up. So we're going to hopefully get some dragons here or the next mountain or the next mountain. We don't necessarily need to hunt juvenile dragons here. So we're mostly done with this tile. I don't think that we have any reason to ever come back here unless I get a mission specifically for giants. So, second point of our second action, we're going to go there, and it's going to cost me 2 to go there, which is fine because we have our hide action already paid for. So, trade for 1, move 2, and then 2 more to move to a mountain clearing. So, we are all done with our actions, and now we do need to roll the summoning dice. So, we are on which one? We are in the Tri-Peaks region. Mountain, with all mountains, it's going to be the mountain symbol for the dragons, juvenile dragons, and stench for ogres. All right, we get neither. We got the woods, and we got the guardian or treasure map symbol. And there's no site on our tile yet to worry about, and we're not on a woods tile. So, nothing bad happened. Advancing to turn 3, resetting our cubes. Back to look at the map. Whoops, once again, I forgot. I got to press this key. We might actually have a site here, and it might have generated the guardian. Nope, treasure. We found the Elven Amulet to go along with our Elven heritage. Elven Amulet. So in the woods, may re-roll 1 search die once per action while in a woods clearing. All right, so we've got something that's going to help us find things when we're in the woods. That's useful. We're running the woods terrain pack, so cool. That is also miscellaneous. Lock that into place. And there was no consequence for the die roll we made because there's no treasure site here. And we'll shift that over there. Okay. Where was I in the turn sequence? I've lost track now. I got 1 movement cube down, but it would have cost me 2 movement to get to where I'm at currently. What was I doing? When I backed myself up, I lost track. So we moved on turn 1. Turn 2, I bought the item. That would be the first one, the second one. And then 2 to get to here. I snuck. I think we're like this. I think we're at the start of the turn. Yeah, we should be at the start of the turn. All right. So let's go 2, 3. That gets us over to this tile. We'll check what's here. We got a mini mission. So when you see this kind of an entry, what it means is your character has basically gone on some kind of mini journey. He's done a minor quest for some locals, something. You can make your own thematic reason. But basically, we get to roll the mission dice and get some small gold and fame reward. So, not a sight. So let's go ahead and roll the mission dice and see what reward we get. 5 gold and 5 gold. I won't turn down some gold. So we get 10 more gold. Whoops, I spent 15. Damn, I'm forgetting all sorts of stuff. All right, so we spent our 15 on the item that we purchased down to 0. Now we just gained 10 back. Okay, we got one more point. One more point's not enough to get me to backtrack there. I think I'll just alert. I don't think there's anything else I can really effectively do with that 1 point. So we'll just throw it over here to alert in case we get something showing up. I guess we should go look at the woods. We didn't play with them yesterday. So this is the civ tile for the woods we were already at. For this tile, hey, look, dragons again. So if we roll the woods tile for wandering monsters, it's giant spiders. And if we roll the roar symbol for the locals, it's the dragons, adult dragon. Then we've got, so giant spiders is the recurring theme that'll always happen when you roll the woods symbol while you're in a woods tile. So that's the normal one for all of them. And then it'll rotate through some of the other monsters. So stench is gnolls. Claw is treants. We haven't seen treants yet. Then we got some orcs. We got owl bears. And that's it, right? Yeah. All right. We got a mix of things we haven't seen. That could be fun. Okay, so we moved. We got the wilderness tile. We alerted. Let's go ahead and roll the summoning dice again. We got mountains and stench. Uh-oh. Summon some monsters, please. Oh, this is the, never mind. I was thinking stench here. So we get nothing summoned. So these buttons here are tied to the dice. So M is for summoning monsters that are appropriate, but it goes and looks at the dice before when you click it. And it saw that these were not appropriate, so it didn't summon anything. So it's just the scripting kind of keeping me honest here. All right, so we got no effect essentially from the monster summoning roll. We advance to the next turn, grab our dice again, plot out our move. So we've now seen 4 tiles. We still have not found any sites. We can't get to this tile currently. So it looks like our path is going to be this way. So it's 2, 3, 4. I can get to there and still be sneaking because of our magic item. Now I do have an alternate option. We do have the fly spell. I haven't looked at it and I didn't explain it yet, but fly. During a move action, the hero may choose to fly instead of using normal movement. So the way the system works, when you're casting spells on yourself, complementary spells that increase your abilities or give you some power, spell casting is always done during the combat sequence. The combat sequence always happens every single turn, even if a fight isn't happening, meaning we don't have monsters with us. You still have a combat sequence as part of the turn order. So if we go here and we look, you have the turn sequence. There's the action phase where I do my stuff. We have the battle phase where the monsters activate, and this is part of that, the monster summoning stuff. And then there's the combat. The combat sequence is basically where we cast our spells. And even if there's no fight, we still have a combat sequence. And the combat sequence has 2 rounds that occur every single time after all the monsters are dead, or if no damage is done during a sequence, there are 2 additional sequences or cycles that we go through. So no matter what, you always have the option to cast 2 spells, whether a fight has occurred or not. So what you do is right now, if I were planning, if I wanted to get over to this tile right now, for example, I could, at the end of this turn during the combat sequence, cast the fly spell on myself. It lasts until the end of the next round. I can fly until the end of my next action round. So I cast it this round at the end. Next round starts. When I'm doing my actions, if I have the fly effect on me, I can spend a movement like normal, but I can then either fly to any space in my own tile and I can pick, or I can fly to a randomized location in an adjacent tile. And the only restrictions really are that you cannot leave from or enter into a cave tile when you're doing flying. Caves can't be involved when you're doing a fly action. But otherwise, it's I pick where I want to go on my own tile, or I have to go to a random if I go to a next tile over. And the other consequence to be careful of is when you land in the other tile, wherever you're going, you're not allowed to take a hide action. Basically, the monsters see you fly in. There's no chance for you to hide. You're obviously arriving in a very spectacular fashion. So if there are monsters already in that area, you got to be careful. You could land on them with the randomization, and then you would not be able to hide from them at that point. All right, so that is an option. I don't feel the need for that. It's a pretty short journey across here. Plus, I'd have to use my magic points, and for the fly spell, it's 2 cubes. I have 2 cubes. It's 1 purple only, and then any color for the second cube for this one. But it would wound one of my purple cubes, put it in the wounded column or category here, and I'd have to heal it back up to use it again, which would take more time. So I'm not going to do it in this circumstance, but that's kind of how this works, just to kind of let you know. It's kind of one you have to prepare ahead of time for. You want to cast it the turn before you plan moving. And then Fireball, it's an instantaneous spell. It's got a speed or length of 42. It can target up to 4 enemies. It is a ranged combat and targeted spell. These are important because the targeting means that I actually have to hit the enemy I'm targeting with a normal attack sequence, the normal rules for hitting a target. So meaning we compare my attack speed versus their maneuver speed. That determines whether it's an automatic hit. If I have more attack speed than their maneuver speed, if I'm equal or less, I got to roll the dice in order to land the fireball in the right spot. So it's very important. And then the ranged indicator means that if I do hit the target, I figure out the damage, which is listed here, and then I have to roll the range dice, which is going to vary the damage plus minus 2. So that's how that's important. So if I'm doing a single target, we do 4 damage, 2 of which is the sharp effect damage that can be blocked by armor. And if I split it out among multiple targets, it does 2 and 1 to each target. But they're all separate attack rolls. I don't roll once and apply the results to everybody. I look at the first guy, make my dice rolls, make my adjustments, finish that, then do the second guy, then do the third guy, all with separate rolls. It's like 4 separate attacks if you do all 4 of them. All right. So, all that to say, I'm not using those, but that's how they work, and that's what I'm keeping in the back of my mind as a possibility as I travel. All right, so we're going to go 2, 3, 4. We stepped into a new tile. This time I'm going to remember to press the button. Come on, site. We haven't seen a site yet. Hey, we got a site. Awesome. Put that down here. Click the button. We got, the chamber dropped right on top of us. All right, so chamber, I'll lock you down, put my token on there. That is site 1, which is, everything here is 1 movement point, so that's not going to matter. All right, cool. We found our first site. So if we go up top and take a look at the chamber actually comes out of the mountain set, but you intermix the sites just like you do the civilization tiles, and they can appear wherever to give it some variability. So the chamber is guarded by the Titan. It's got 3 deep treasures and 3 treasures. All right, so we're out of movement points. We used everything to get where we're at. We've still got our free sneak from our symbol of stealth. So if the Guardian gets summoned, we'll at least get the additional bonus to trying to hide from him. Okay, let's roll some dice. We got Caves and Stench. Where are we at now? We're at Woods and Claw, so no effect. Awesome. Oh, wait, we're also in the woods where my Elven Amulet's going to help with searching for the site. Yeah, we're in a wood style. We are in Oakwood. Okay, perfect. Well, this is going to work out pretty well so far. So we're going to attempt to find a site or hidden path with a search action. We have our Elven Amulet here. That lets us re-roll one of the search die. So, first action. I am going to re-roll this one. All right, so that search was a failure. I'm going to do a second search action. I'm just going to roll this one and get a re-roll. Failed, re-roll. Failed? That's going to be funny when I use all 4 actions and still don't find this place, even with that amulet. All right, again, rolling for the first normal attempt. Failed, re-rolling. Got it. All right, leaves us 1 action left. Okay, and we've got our sneak option when we need it, so I'm going to go ahead and do a loot attempt. Let's go populate the site with the cards. Also, we have now successfully found a site, so per our LP chart here, second one down, first to find a treasure site, 1 LP and 5 fame. So, 1 LP and 5 fame. Okay, so we are at the chamber in the mountains. It's 3 and 3. So we're guaranteed something. We can't not loot something. Hopefully we get a 1, 2, or 3 for our loot roll here. Or double grabby hands. I wouldn't mind double grabby hands. Yeah, we're doing the loot action with our 4th. We got a 4. That's unfortunate. So close. All right, so we're going to point at that pile, press 4 on our numeric keypad. It'll grab the 4th card, the Ring of Malevolence. Hopefully that's not cursed. Is that just a black cube? Epic Treasure, receive 1 black magic cube while the treasure is equipped. No problem. Be happy to take that. So, give me a black magic cube. Essentially, that can act as either a hit point, or I can feed it to, and I can't put it in place of the wounding spots, but, you know, I can use it in this position for the fly. But it can also be used when I take a wound as a throwaway. All right, lock that down so it doesn't move around. Lock that down. And it's also an epic treasure. It's got the reddish pink banner there. So that's another thing we get a point for. Reveal an epic treasure, 1 LP, 5 fame. There we go. We are out of actions for the round. Again, we are looking at woods and claws, or the guardian symbol causing us problems. We got mountains and orcs, so we're no problem again. Man, this is so different from yesterday's run so far. All right, so we got no monsters showing up on our tile. Back to our character board here. Grab our cubes, and basically it's just loot, 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 loot. I don't have anything else to do. We get 4 loot attempts because of that 1 awesome starter item we got. And there's nothing going to happen in between that I care about. So, yeah, we're just going to loot 4 times. So we've grabbed 1 of the 6 treasures. That means there's only 5 left. We're still guaranteed something. But again, we're hoping for a 1, 2, 3 so we can get the good stuff. All right, down here, please. So let's roll the loot dice, and we're hoping for the double grabby hands. You don't know what I'm talking about. That is the grabby hand. We want 2 of those. If we get 2 of them, we get to draw the top 3 cards and pick which one we want to keep. So that's the best result we could get. Otherwise, anything 1, 2, 3 would be great. Highest number is, damn it, 4. Can't seem to get low numbers. All right, treasure 4. This time, Tome of Wizardry. Wow, they really want to lean me into the wizard side. Now, tome, that's a tome. As a reminder, these guys up here, they want tomes. I can get LP if I turn it in, so let's go take a look at it. It looks like it's going to be a cube of any color I want. Do I have to pick at the beginning? Yeah, receive 1 magic cube of the hero's choice permanently, 1-time use. So, permanent spell cube versus a LP. At this early point, I would get much more mileage out of grabbing the permanent spell cube, so we're absolutely going to use that. Let's just burn it and grab a spell cube. So now I've got a decision to make. This is where it gets kind of interesting. I already have 2 purple and a black. I only have purple spells currently. we're likely, especially this early, and we're sitting on a nice treasure site already, I might find another treasure tome or another spell tome that's got spells I can learn. So, do I pick a different color than purple? At no point will I need more than 2 purple maximum with the current spell list. So we've got, if we go look at the spells up here, the most expensive spell is Shapeshift in the purple category, and it's the same cost all the way down at all points. It's 1 spell cube of a specific color, then it's Wound, a spell cube of a specific color, followed by Wound 1 plus any color, Wound 1 and a specific, and finally 2 of a specific, 1 wounded and 1 any. So it's just a steady progression all the way down for all of them. So worst possible case, I need 3 total magic cubes, 2 of which have to be the same color. So we're covered on purple. Now more cubes is better, of course. Gives me more hit point options, gives me more spell options. There's no problem with it whatsoever. I mean, I could hold it in anticipation. I just can't believe I'm not going to get more benefit out of having the cube now than the possibility of getting 1 LP out of this. So I know I'm not going to turn this in. So if I'm not going to turn it in, I don't see why I would just hold on to it as opposed to having it available right damn now as literally a free hit point. That could be hugely consequential in the very next turn or the very next fight. So I'm just going to use it and get my cube. Well, I guess to your point, I guess the decision could be maybe I'll find a spell, then I'll know the color I need. That I can get behind, that idea. So that would be a reason to hold on to it without consuming it now and just pre-picking a color without knowing what I might get access to. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and do that. We'll just throw it in our treasure pile, and I'll just keep in mind that at some point in the future, if I feel the need for hit points, I'll burn it for that and get a cube of a color, or if we can find spells, especially if we can work our way, and we're not too far away from here. I got to take this somewhat circuitous route through the mountains, unfortunately, or dip over here, and again, a triple mountain path before I have to take this long-ass thing. Or I can just fly directly into the tile, which is what we're going to end up doing, I think. Yeah, we're going to try for more treasure here, and then I'll probably do the... One thing I got to remember to do for safety. Here's something I just realized and forgot that I had known previously. We're kind of a magic using character. We got a pretty good spell quantity. I should have, when we first moved here, looked at the path consequences to enchanting this tile. So right now we've got kind of 3, 4 up there. So it's rotated like that. That's the configuration. So here's how the paths change if I choose to enchant this tile. So that would mean I would have to go the long way around to the right. That would force me along this path. Yeah, that would make 3 and 4 inaccessible to me. But if I'm going to fly, I don't care. So the reason I bring this up is we're on a treasure site. Guardian could show up on a die roll. Spiders could show up. Treants could show up. A lot of potential danger here. So for magic users, if you take the time, and it costs 3 actions, 3 of your 4 per turn actions to do. If I chose to do that, spent 3 actions and enchanted the tile, it would change the pathways, which I was just showing, but it also puts a cube of a color I choose, and it has to be a color I own, but it doesn't use my cube. We just pull a cube out of storage and we put it on the space to indicate that it is now enchanted or imbued with that type of magic. It allows me to use that magic in case we get ambushed. So it's a defensive measure slash offensive measure to protect yourself as a magic user because you're pretty squishy. You need every advantage you can get. So in a space like this, where I'm going to hang out here for a while, attempting to squeeze as much treasure out of this space as possible, it could be very beneficial if I enchant this ahead of time or as early as possible so that I have that free magic cube powering my spells ready to go. That way, I could apply the free cube to this position of the fireball, and then I wouldn't have to wound any of my actual existing cubes. And I could literally cast fireball every round, because I would just have to fill this side, and then I would get it back at the end of the round, cast it again, get it back, cast it again, get it back. So it makes something like the fireball infinitely renewable if a combat was going to go on a long time. So very powerful. It's just a matter of, is it worth the 3 action points that you're going to have to use to get that set up? And I think I'm going to do it because I need to learn to do that kind of stuff, especially for a squishy like this. All right, so bit of a conversation there. I hadn't had to think that stuff through, and I wanted to mention it. So I think, where the hell was I in the action sequence? I got myself lost again. We did looting. I think it was I had rolled the dice and we're moving on to turn 5. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to spend 3 action cubes. We are going to enchant the tile that we're on. We're going to enchant it purple. So we're going to grab a purple cube. Bring it up here. I'm going to leave it off to the side for just a moment. I think all of this stuff will properly flip when I flip this tile. Unlock the tile and tell it to flip. Yeah, everything comes through. We lock it again, and then we bring this out. And as a reminder, I'm going to make this big. All right, this is now a purple imbued space, and we have adjusted the pathing, and it does exactly like I thought it would. It cuts me off from 3 and 4 on this path. But now I can also use this to help power my flying spell, which really won't matter just because of when and how that works. But flying also has to wound a cube, so now this will pay for the wounded portion, and I won't have to do a healing. So very, very beneficial, very strong tactic. Any magic user, you want to be careful to know and think about this stuff. All right, we got 1 left. Let's go ahead and loot again. So let's roll our loot dice, and we need a low number now because I think we're down to 3 treasures, 4 treasures. I forget. What do we get? 3 and 2. Cool. We get a deep treasure. Awesome. Our first deep treasure, number 3. We got elven slippers. They keep handing me elven stuff. Why? Free speed cube with a magic. Oh, I need a green. Epic treasure, a green magic cube placed on this treasure increases maneuver speed by 1. This card can have cubes placed on it in addition to other cards. So it essentially lets me turn a green magic cube into a speed cube. It's not a free move or free maneuver, but it gets me more than my 3 maneuver. So it gets me up to 4. If I did my 3 speed cubes in maneuver and then put a green cube on the card, I would be up to 4, which is absolutely what we're going to do. So these are boots. Boots. Lock that down. And I'm going to go ahead and use the Tome of Wizardry. Let's just go get a green cube. Turn that aside to show I've used it. We'll get a green cube, and we'll just immediately, we'll keep that here. We'll use it when we need it. Otherwise, yeah, so got that. All right, cool. Nifty. And then also it is an epic treasure, so we get the 1 and 5. All right, we are out of points. Time to roll the dice. We got Stench and the Return. We have no monsters out on the board currently to do the return action with. And Stench doesn't trigger, so we have no monsters again. We are fully defensively prepared. We've got the automatic sneak. We've got the ability to get up to 4 maneuver speed for runaway. Am I playing this version, Dragons Down plus Desolation plus Natives and Legends official module? No, I'm actually playing Dragons Down plus Desolation plus Natives and Legends plus Eastern Reaches official module. Playtest version. You can actually, there's a downloadable module that's newer than the one you're asking about that has next year's expansion already available for everybody to take a look at and comment on and give feedback on. So I'm playing the better version than the one you asked about. Now, I'm not using all of that stuff. I'm only playing with the core box and just the character classes from Desolation. So I'm not actually utilizing the full magnificent three expansion gloriousness of all the rules and all the stuff. We're working our way up to the fancier stuff. I need to do some practice runs on this earlier stuff. Yeah, if it mentions Eastern Reaches, that's the one. That has all the things. Now, you don't have to use all the things. When you load it up, you'll have a thing in the middle of your table that lets you pick which specific things you want to actually use in the game you want to set up. But yep, that's the one. All right. So we got loot. We were happy with our loot. We need to loot again. No, that was our last loot. We enchanted, we looted. We rolled the dice. Nothing happened. We cycle the turn and we do that. Okay. Time for more looting. Nothing else to do. And we'll just do one at a time. We're down to 3 loot cards, I think. We jump up here. Yep. So 4s or higher are going to do nothing. All right, first action, loot again. You're doing really good so far. I need 1 or 2, though. Grabby 5. That gets us absolutely nothing. There are not 5 treasures. Attempt number 2. There are not 4 treasures. Attempt number 3. I need something that gives me a better loot chance. There we go. Number 1. We get the top card. What you got for me, Deep Treasure? Here, bring it down to my cards here. Decimation! Ooh. Ooh. Does that mean it's an undead killer? I think that means it's an undead killer. 12 value, 10 attack length. It is a melee weapon, one-handed. 1 might cube required. That's what the deeper red color means. You must put at least 1 might cube on, and it does 2 damage for a single might cube, which is good. And then an optional cube, and then I think that is a black magic cube. Oh, a black magic cube may be placed on decimation to increase the damage delivered. So that's the symbol for black magic, not for undead. Undead is a different kind of skeleton face. All right, so you can do 2 might cubes, the red cubes, and you have an option to throw a black cube on there for even more damage. That's 4 damage, only 2 of which uses might, and on a single-hander. Yeah, we've got 1 black cube. That's interesting. Do I take that over the spear, though? The benefit of spear, as I talked about earlier, is it can be used as, oh wait, if I use it, I have it in the 2-hand stance. If I have it in the 2-hand stance, I can't throw it. I need to change that. I would rather, I think, go with decimation if I'm going to one-hand. I'll have to think about this. So here's our current lineup. We've got a spear, a short bow, and decimation as our options for combat. Ranged combat, long attack length, good for ambush and such. Spear, if we one-hand it instead of 2-handing it, we can throw it, which then at the end of that round would allow us to pull another weapon out of our bag and equip it. So I could toss the spear and then grab for decimation or the short bow, depending on needs. If I keep everything. So we just got this. I'm allowed to swap things out right now. Let's go ahead and I'm going to end up changing this arrangement to a single-hander so I could throw it anyway. So let's go ahead and pull the spear, leave the short bow out, and we'll equip decimation. And we'll hope we can get a shield for our other hand. That would be awesome. If I could get a shield. We need a shield and armor, of course. The more armor we have, the better. That's the one place we were starting out really lacking. All right, yeah, let's do that. All right, so we've got another epic treasure. So we're up to 4 and 20, or 6 total LP essentially. Um, no, you cannot choose to dual wield one-hand weapons. Has to have a dual wield symbol here to do it, and this does not. So you can sword and board, but you cannot dual wield anything. You can't have like a dagger in each hand or all that. You can only ever have one weapon equipped. And then if that weapon supports two-handed, you can do so by putting it kind of in the middle here to cover both slots. But that's what the spear does. The spear is variable. You can either two-hand it, which allows you to get another cube on it to do more damage, because you're using both hands to stick the pointy end in the bad guy. Or you can one-hand it, so you don't do as much damage, but you gain the option to throw it, which then would let you equip something from your backpack the next round. So a lot of interesting combat possibilities there. All right, we're going to lock that down. Everything's locked down. Lock the dragon card down. Okay, now we've got one action left. We're getting kind of thin on the treasure pile. It's getting pretty hard to actually grab a treasure out. We've got two left. I think it's, one deep treasure, one regular treasure. So I would have to roll 2 as the highest number on the loot dice in order to get anything. So that's facing 1, weirdly, is the number 4, but facing 1, 2, 3, so it goes up to 5. So it's 1 through 5 and a grabby hands. Grabby hands only matters if you get 2 of them. So, yeah. That's only 2 out of 6, barring we get the lucky roll that is going to give us another treasure. We could probably pull it off, and, we're not in a terrible amount of danger, given our setup. I mean, we've got a magic cube in place. We've got escape options. We're automatically sneaking. I'm feeling pretty comfortable. I think I'd be willing to give it one more round of me attempting to loot, to see if we can grab one final one. And then I'll probably fly, and we'll head out of here, and we'll see what kind of business we can get done over in the keep. I think that's the plan. So let's go ahead and we'll loot with my last action. Hopefully we get it, and then I can just bail next round. Nope, grabby 5. That doesn't do it. All right, so we're done. Time to roll some dice. We are due for some bad guys to show up. We got mountains and carrion. Again, that doesn't do anything. We're on woods and claw, so mountains and carrion does nothing. Another free turn, essentially, for us. Advance the turn and pull the cubes. And like I said, I'm going to go ahead for one more round of looting attempts. Only a 1 or a 2. We got the number 1. We got the deep. I'm out of here. As soon as we pull this, we're gone. Awesome. This space. All right, top card. Drag it down, and we got... awesome. Oh, wait. Yeah, I got the healthy cubes. Look at that. Oh, wait. No, I wanted a chest piece. I mean, we're going to replace the leather helm, but I would have been happier with a chest piece. But yeah, I'll take a bejeweled helm. We can actually use that. That fits our fancy elven heritage. So 16 value, 2 durability. If you're not familiar, that means that if it takes a hit, and I get to pick what body part gets struck when we take a hit, if it gets hit for 1 point of damage, we still take a wound. Anytime you get hit, you take a wound, period. Nothing prevents that. Take a hit, get a wound. What the armor does is prevents instant death. As long as you have even a single piece, you could be wearing a piece of toilet paper as armor, and it would prevent you from dying. Million hit point damage comes in, the armor is still going to absorb it. You take 1 wound, and then the armor gets destroyed. So if the damage incoming is less than this durability value, the armor is perfectly fine. If it's equal to the number, it gets damaged. You put a cube on it to show that it's been damaged. A second damage will cause it to be destroyed. If you take a blow on it that's higher than that listed value, it flat out destroys it. The blow is so hard that it just crushes the armor. It still protects you for that damage like it normally would, but then it's destroyed and discarded. So yeah, it's a head position. It requires 2 might cubes that are healthy in order to wear it. If at any time I do not have 2 health cubes that are healthy, meaning I've pulled one down here, then that means Sorry, might cubes is what I mean, not health cubes. If I don't have 2 available, one of them's in here, then I'd have to take this off and put it in my backpack. So it's basically the weight of the item. You have to be strong enough to support the weight. All right, so we're going to go ahead and swap this out because, you know, it's better. So we'll throw you over here, lock you down, put you over here, lock you down. It is not an epic, so we don't get any legendary points or anything from it. But it's a fancy, fine piece of armor. If I need $16 desperately, and I'm satisfied with the leather helm, I can swap and sell. Okay. I was hoping for a little better with a deep treasure, but the benefit there really is the value, the bejeweled part. Yeah, we're definitely leaving. I'm not sticking around on a 1 in 6 chance. Not even 1 in... Well, yeah, it's 1 in 6. Half a 1 in 6. Whatever. You know what I mean. I'm not going to stick around for that for a single treasure. We have essentially almost completely looted it out. It's time to move. So we did 1 loot action. I have not cast my fly spell yet, though. That's right. I might actually have to go for that last one because my options are either try 3 more times to loot and then during the combat sequence cast my fly so I can fly over here next turn, or I got to move now. Oh, wait, I can do this. I can take 2 points to step into this tile, which will let me pull the card and see what's here, and then I can step back over into this space so that I can fly out of here next turn. Yeah, let's do that. Instead of trying to get that 1 treasure that I think I have super low odds on, I'm going to spend 2 points of my 3 remaining to go here, which will let me do that. We have another site. I'm not sure if I'm happy about that. Narrow Ridges. All right, let's see which site we got. We got the Horde on tile or clearing 6, so 2 over. Hey there, Horde. Let's lock you down. All right, so we know where the Horde's located. Now I got a decision to make. Do we try to get to the Horde first? Then we could step here and fly here. I'm anticipating... What were the items the merchant had again? So he's got the breastplate we could pick up. It's a 2 might cube, which we do have. So we would qualify to buy a breastplate. So we know those are available at the merchant we left behind. Oh yeah, I forgot to refill the mission list on him. No, I'll have to refill it if we go back. I don't want to move the cards. I want to leave them out so I can remember what was out here. But we'll leave the gap to remind me that there's a mission that should be drawn. If you take missions from a merchant, it's supposed to refill the slots. So this guy is always supposed to have 2 missions available. So as soon as any amount of missions get taken, when that player's turn's over, you draw more missions to put into the space. But I think it happens after my turn, so I wouldn't get to look at what mission it is until I came back to visit him again. So we'll draw it later. But yeah, so the arrangement of things he has, that one was useless. Cave only. We're just not going to encounter caves that much. Definitely don't want that. And it's just regular items. The only ones of which I care about would be a breastplate. So that's a known quantity. If we head back there, we're currently here. The merchant's here. We could step, fly, and get there a little faster. Or, like I said, we hoard here and then push over to here and hope there's something. There's going to be 2 merchants here. Likely one of them's got a piece of armor if we don't get one out of the horde. I say we stick around. We're in pretty good shape. Let's go for the horde instead of backtracking to here. So I had 1 point remaining. I'm going to go to alert status with my 1 remaining point. So we use 2 to move to the mountains, 1 to alert, and we'll call it good. All right, so we are now on the Narrow Ridges. It's going to be juvenile dragons with a mountain symbol and adult dragons with a roar. So mountain and roar are the only things we care about. We got neither. We got plains and orcs. So we're good to go still. All right, increment the turn. Grab our cubes. And look at the map. So it's going to be 2 and 2. I assume that position 6 is mountain space. Are you a mountain space? You are a mountain space, yeah. So it'd take me all 4 movement to get there. I already would have sneak, and we've got pretty good runaway options, so I'm going to go ahead and spend all my movement to get there. We haven't found it yet. We know it's somewhere in this area, but we got to do a search in order to actually pin down its location. All right, so quick turn. All 4 of my points were to move through 2 mountain spaces. Mountain spaces require 2 actions to move a space, and it's the clearing that you're paying for, not the type of tile. So it's a mountain tile, but it's the clearing cost that you're paying. Red is mountain spaces, white is plains, green is woods, etc. So it was mountain space, mountain space. All right, so we're all done there. We just roll the dice again. Same things we're looking for. We got swamp and stench. Okay, so no monsters. We're good to go. Increment the turn. Now we're going to go searching, and we are not in a wood space anymore. We're in mountains, so we don't get to use our elven amulet to help with our search attempt. So, first search, rolling the dice. Failed utterly. Second search, rolling the dice. 1 success. Third search, just rolling the failed die. Failed. Last search. Rolling the failed one again. Ah, big fail. All right. Unfortunately, we don't get to carry these over to another turn. We have to re-roll starting from scratch when we come back. All right. That sucked. We got forest and carrion, so still nothing. Next turn. First search. Ah, wow, this is rough. It went a lot better earlier. Second search. These are 50-50. There we go. All right, we got it. So we have located the site. First thing we do is get paid. Hey, flip back up right. All right, so second one down. First to find a treasure site. We located it specifically. We earned the LP and the fame points. Okay, now let's set the site up. So, click. That is just summoning the cards to the site. This is the horde. So again, up here. So we now have the horde populated with 4 deep and 4 regular. That is a lot of treasures. We basically can't fail to get something 3 times. The first 3 times, guaranteed to get something. Only after we've dragged 4 out of there is there a possibility we won't get some kind of payoff. Now, obviously, we want the first 4, so we want to roll as low as possible. That would be our preference. But our searching is done. We can go to looting. More looting. All right, give me a breastplate and a shield. That would really make me happy. First loot roll, and we got nothing benefiting looting. We got 5. Damn it. So, we got a not deep treasure for our first one. Number 5 gets us the guard charm. Value of 6. 1 use. Miscellaneous. And it's got the red X over a wound symbol. So it blocks a wound, I would assume. If we just point at it, it'll pop up an info box. 1-time use, the hero may discard this treasure instead of taking 1 wound. So, yep, protects us from a wound. We got 1 miscellaneous slot left. Let's go ahead and throw that in there for now. All right, and our final loot attempt. 4. At least that gets us a deep treasure. Back up top. Again, when you're pointing at one of these decks of cards, the order matters. You put this 4 deep treasures on top, the 4 regular treasures below them. And when you're pointing at this on TableTop Simulator to draw a specific card that you've rolled, just press on your numpad specifically. Press the numpad number that you need, and it'll go down and grab just that specific card. So we rolled a 4. I pressed the number 4. We got Wand of the Magician. Sounds fun. And it is an epic. It's got the pink banner. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we get paid. Let's see if I can parse this out. So it's one-handed. It is not a melee weapon. The single sword indicator like that just indicates how many hands it takes, but it doesn't have the melee symbol above it. So it's not actually a weapon. It's a tool that's one-handed use. I forget what that symbol is. Target, something target, damage. I can re-roll either one or both dice. So when casting targeted spells, the hero may re-roll 1 or 2 hit dice on each hit dice roll. That is absolutely magnificent. That is redonkulously magnificent. And the reason for that is Fireball. Fireball is a targeted spell with up to 4 targets, each of which I have to independently roll for to see if I hit them. So this is going to let me get free rerolls of either one or both dice. So if I hit on one, I'll just re-roll the one that's blank. If I get blanks on both, then I'll re-roll them both. And it's on each hit dice roll. Holy crap. Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. I got a wand in one hand and decimation in the other. So this is the symbol for a melee weapon. This just indicates one-handed use. I'm pretty sure I can do this because this isn't actually a weapon. Just like I can have a shield over here. So, yeah, we're going to play it that way. I'm pretty sure that's right. Oh yeah, that's flat out amazing though. Especially oh. Should I take the 3 actions to enchant this tile? I absolutely should. All right, next turn. So that was our final action. We got another awesome item. Really helpful for the mage. Well, if we ever find a monster. So far, we have yet to see a single damn monster. This is weird. Time to roll the dice. This is where triple dragons drop on me. Caves and orcs. Again, nothing. Wow. This is bizarre. All right. Advance the turn. Turn 11. Grab my cubes. And we're going to spend my first 3 cubes enchanting the tile. I don't really care what the paths do because we can fly our way out of here if we need to. But just a look. So narrow ridges is out to the right side. So we'll rotate this like that. And the pathway is going to change from that to that. So the only change is if we flip it, it's actually easier for us because it opens the 3 to 4 connection to a regular connection instead of a hidden. We weren't going that way anyway because it's a dead end off the board. So completely irrelevant if pathwise, if I enchant this. Yep. Cool. That's what I wanted. All right. So we are going to enchant it. So we're going to unlock the tile with the L key, flip the tile with the F key, relock the tile. And of course, we're going to load it up with purple magic. Yeah, right there's fine. And make it embiggen. Embiggenate. And go ahead and lock you down also. All right, we got magic enchantments on 2 tiles now. Maybe my goal should be to enchant every damn tile on the map. Okay. Now I'm feeling pretty secure. Whatever shows up, I'm feeling pretty secure. We got so many good options now. And with our final option, we will loot. Low numbers, double grabby. I'll take a 3. 3's good enough. That gets us a deep. All right, the Horde, number 3. Ah, Ring of the Magi. Not an epic. What is that telling me? Enchanting. Thanks. Enchanting a tile requires 1 less enchant action. So I can enchant tiles for 2 actions instead of costing me 3 now. And I do have 1 more hand slot available. We are loaded for bear on magic. Wow. Okay. Looking good. So we got, what, 2 of the deep treasures so far? Stop scrolling. So there's 5 treasures still. It's still guaranteed. It's the Horde is such a huge location. The Great Drake hasn't shown up yet to take exception to my looting all his treasures. Yeah, we're still guaranteed to get something. I forget how many deep treasures we have. 1, 2. We got 2 left. Okay. We are out of actions. Time to roll the dice again. We have yet to see a single enemy summoned onto the field. Forest and Claw. That's still nothing. We're on Mountain and Roar, so no summons again. Okay. Wait, back to 11. I'm going to cast the fly spell. So, at the end of that round, we rolled the dice. Nothing appeared. So, following the turn sequence chart, I want to make sure people that might be newer to the game understand this. So, I'm going to be repeating it regularly because it's one of the most confusing things. You have the turn sequence. You do your actions. Then the monsters get rolled for. This just instructs how they move based on which die and so on. So, this is just part of this battle phase where monster activation occurs. Then the combat round occurs. There is always a combat round. Even if you do not have things to fight in the space with you, the combat round happens. During the combat round, you step through this sequence here, step by step. Now, if you're fighting enemies, you just go step by step and you do the things. But whether you're fighting enemies or not, this all happens. And the way the combat sequence works is you step through all those little points, and then spells are cast during this combat sequence, which is why I stress that this happens all the time, every single turn, regardless of enemies are here or not, because this is when you have the opportunity to cast spells. So as things stand right now, I have the tile enchanted with my purple magic, which I can use for this first position on the fly spell, where normally I would have to wound one of my purple cubes and put it here. I can use it for this. I could take this, whatever. I could put my other purple cube here and cast fly in anticipation of using it next round, because the fly spell lasts until the end of your next action phase. So you have to plan ahead. So right now, because of this situation, there is 0 downside to me executing the fly spell during the current combat sequence so that I can use it next round if situations change or I decide I need to get out of here for whatever reason. So I'm going to get this cube back at the end of the round when we reset our cubes, and this one is being provided by the enchantment. 0 negative consequence. I just need to state, or I need to state now that until further notice, I am casting fly at the end of every one of my turns. So just be aware that my fly is always in effect, and I'll say when it's not because something will have changed. I'll need my cubes and I won't do it. But from now forward, if you don't happen to see me do this, just understand that while things are quiet, I'm constantly casting my fly spell while I'm in this enchanted space so that it's always available to me every single turn. All right. And to finish my explanation here, whether you're fighting enemies or not, when 2 successive rounds go by in the combat sequence with no damage being dealt and no people or enemies dying, that's when combat sequence ends. So even if there were a monster here, for example, let's say a juvenile dragon showed up. We went through the combat sequence. It took us 2 or 3 rounds. I eventually killed it. I kill it. That ends that round. Then 2 more rounds after that happen in which I could cast spells. So no matter what, you are always able to cast 2 spells before a turn officially ends, whether you fought monsters or not. Because even once the monsters are dead, that combat sequence rolls forward 2 more times. Then it cuts off at the point where 2 rounds have passed with no damage or no deaths. So, all right, very important to understand that. It's really obscure and it's one of the tough things. But once you grok that, you figure out that you can do what I'm talking about right now with having the spell always running based on what's going on here. Okay. So yes, I am casting my fly spell constantly. That's in a nutshell what's going on. All right. Reset. What are we doing? We're looting. More looting. So we're now able to fly, should I decide I want to do so. Let's keep rolling some loot dice. We got a lot more loot to get. Five again. Damn it. These dice. Who broke my dice? Hoard. Treasure 5. Enchanted treasure that's not an epic. Uh-oh. Oh, treasure. It's an instantaneous enchanted treasure. So, draw a treasure card from the pool to replace this treasure. The map tile in which the treasure was drawn is then flipped over and enchanted. Place a magic cube in the map tile, matching the color. And it's purple. It's already purple. Basically, I get to flip the map tile. I get a treasure, and the map tile flips. It retains the purple cube that's already on there. So grab my replacement. So that's going to be the new treasure we get. That's going to go away as a one use. We're going to flip the tile, but keep everything on it. So lock, flip, lock. And it really has no effect because this thing is the only thing that would have changed. So I'm not ever going to use it, so it doesn't really matter. But that's officially what happens. And the card said to put a purple cube on it. We already had a purple cube, so we're good to go. All right, our replacement treasure is Dust of Destiny. Another one-use potion. Anytime you see this potion symbol, it's a one-use thing. So, re-roll any dice I want. Dust of Destiny. I can either re-roll both dice or a single die. One-time use, re-roll any one die or dice roll in which you are the active hero, the target, or the attacker. I'm playing solo, so that's pretty much... I can re-roll anything that's mine. Oh, I can re-roll if I'm targeted, so I can re-roll a monster's dice trying to hit me. All right, so one use item for solo play, pretty much re-roll. Yeah, I mean, I can re-roll my search dice because I'm the active hero. I can't think of a circumstance where I couldn't choose to re-roll dice. I think all of the activities I would do fall either under the active hero slant or the target I'm fighting. No, I'm the target. The target and the attacker, yeah, it's multiplayer that makes this complicated, but yeah. So it gives me an option to re-roll dice. Do we want to use that in place of... That's the avoid a wound. That's the searching in woods. We are not planning on hitting woods again super soon. I wouldn't mind stepping onto this space, which is the plan currently, just so we can pull the card and see if there's a site here. But then my plan was to fly over to here. But I don't... I mean, if we get... I can do a swap for an action for when I need to search, so I think it's more important that I have the reroll available than the search available. So let's go ahead and swap these out. We'll do that. Oops. Flip it. Then lock it. All right, everything's locked in. Okay, that was our first one. So if you play the game multiplayer, and I believe the TableTop Simulator mimics the real-world board game version. It has 6 players possible, so we've got 6 player positions on the table here. You can play in any combination you want. You can play completely cooperatively. You can play competitively. You can play cooperatively but compete, meaning you agree not to fight each other, but you're competing for the most points, or either who gets to the point total first that you set, or a certain amount of time passes, whoever has the most points. So you can play that kind of competitive cooperative version. Or you can play flat out PvP, kill your neighbor, chop him into bits, and force him to start a new character kind of gameplay. So any combination of the above. And you can have people in the same space fighting monsters together. You can go your separate ways and have people on opposite sides of the board doing their own thing, whatever you want. Loot attempt number 2. All right, we're getting to the point now where we need to get low numbers. We're down to 4. So 5 is now a no result on our loot dice. So no more 5s, please. Low numbers or double grabby. Goddamn 5s. I hate that 5. There's only one of you on the entire dice. Stop coming up. It's that take the worst of 2. All right, we got a deep treasure that time. Pointing at the horde, pulling card number 2. We got, damn it. Where's my epics? Stop giving me deep treasures that aren't epics. Okay, Ring of Strength. It goes into one of our hand slots, and an optional might box on one equipped weapon is automatically filled without using a might cube. Okay, so were we to equip this in one of our 2 slots, this right here, this optional spot on our decimation, would count as filled automatically, meaning I don't have to put my own cube there. That's what that does. So, if I'm not planning on enchanting right now, which I don't think I'm going to enchant the next tile over, let's go ahead and pull that and put that in instead, which is a safer option to give us more flexibility in combat, I think. That frees up a cube that we could throw into one of the speed sections or elsewhere. All right, we got 1 left. And we're down to needing 3 or less or 4 or less. I forget again. 3 or less. We're down to, wow, we've pulled 5 things out of here. It doesn't feel like 5. I guess it's 5. All right. So we need no 4s, no 5s. 5 again. Goddamn 5. All right, we're out of actions. Time to roll the dice. Now, again, we have yet to see a single monster this entire run. This is really bizarre. Oh, we got Roar! We got 2 adult dragons incoming. So we got Swamp. We're on a mountain tile, so these do nothing. But we got the Roar symbol and 2. So that's going to bring 2 adult dragons, because we are on a tile with the Roar symbol. So we click the button. When you click the button that says M, it checks the dice result, and it automatically grabs the appropriate type and number of enemies to put on the board. Okay. So grab those up, flip this around, and they are local. They're on the right side, so these are the local, these are the wandering. I didn't mention earlier, but I do play with 2 optional rules. The first optional rule has me rolling this 6-sided die here, this additional 6-sided in the middle. Normal rules, this is not involved. You just roll these. Optional rule for the roaming monsters, we roll this, and things that spawn on the wandering monster, the left-hand symbol, will appear in the clearing number indicated. In the base game, without that rule, anything spawned on this appears directly on top of the player. So we're playing with the roaming wandering monsters, where they pick a random tile in the terrain, or a random clearing. This one is the local monsters, though. They always appear on top of the player. So type, whether they trigger or not, and then how many. All right, so we got 2 adult dragons that are landing. They are landing on top of me. So they are here. Now that they're here, I have to make some decisions. I need to pull these guys down. So this is the first potential fight we've had so far in this run. So people that are new to the game, I will briefly explain. I'm not going to go into exhaustive detail, but we'll put these up here. We'll flip one of them. And the reason for that is during combat, there's a tactics phase where they might flip to their opposite side. So now you can look at each side. This is what I need to plan by. I need to plan with the idea that I could be dealing with this side or this side once the action starts. So first thing I note is maneuver speed of 3 versus maneuver speed of 2. So this is the side they start on. This is the flipped side. If they're going to flip, it's only a 1 in 3 chance that they do so. It's 2 facings on a 6-sided die. So more likely I'm going to be facing this. 30% chance I'm going to be facing that. But they've got a maneuver speed of 3. That's important because should I need to, normally I can only get up to a maneuver speed of 3 in order to evade the combat entirely and just get out of there, I would need to be above them. So I'd need a 4th maneuver speed. I can't do it, but I've got my Elven Slippers here. And the Elven Slippers let me put a green cube on to get an additional maneuver speed. So right now, even if I fail my hide attempt, I can choose to evade early in the sequence here. Right here is the evade sequence. By placing a green cube on my slippers, putting 3 brown cubes on my maneuver speed, and I just give them a wave and go trucking down the road. And they can't catch me because I'm at maneuver speed 4 if I do that. So I'm guaranteed an out. I don't have to fight these guys even if we fail the hide check. So I was feeling pretty confident. That's one of the reasons why I was not too worried about sticking around here and trying to loot this place. All right, so that's option 1. We got rerolls. We've got armor to block damage. Now they're going to do enough damage to either damage or they do 2 damage and, well, the fireball, which is going to do more than 2. The standard side, they could damage my armor but not break it in a single hit. The fireball could definitely could roast me a bit. Now I got to think this through. Can we arrange things so that we can kill these guys flat out? First thing I need to do before I make any decisions, I need to know if I can go into hide status or not. So they land on top of me. I have used my special ability for sneak, our item that lets me sneak pretty much all the time. So we're going to roll the hide dice. The only way that I lose is if both of these come up face up. So let's see if we lose on the hide. We do not. So the benefit of spending one of your precious actions on the sneak is that it allows you to ignore one of the fail results on your hide roll. So we had this. I'm ignoring this one. That means we take the other one, and that is a success. So we are successfully hiding. Whoops. Oh, fuck. Well, that's going to cause a mess. God damn it. Now I got a mess on my hands. I accidentally didn't quite position my cursor in the right spot and then unlocked the main board. Shit. I don't think I can get it back in position. It's wanting to grab it and place it into an odd position. Wonderful. What would the autosave do right now? If I do a manual save, is that going to update the autosave? Hold on a second. I think there's a redo I can click to get rid of this change. Rewind time. Rewind time. Oops. Only do it once, please. All right. I'm not sure if the board position state. We might be really screwed here because it doesn't look like it's resetting the locked board position. I think it's rewinding time and my other things. Yeah, the dragons are... No, the dragons are still here. What the hell is rewind time doing? Well, this is annoying. It doesn't appear to be doing what I thought it would do. Huh. Okay. Well, pardon for the delay, but this is a bit of a screwy situation I gotta fix. Pull my cubes out, unlock the board. Let's pull these guys back up here for a moment. These cubes out of the way. That was my sneak indicator cube that I was trying to unlock. Oops, great. I locked all these too. I don't have a good way of getting that board positioned back under everything properly. Oh man, this might break these things. I might be screwed. I don't know if it'll fit under these things. Come here, you. Need you to not lock into position. It actually normally sits, yeah, right above the little dice things. Is it under or is it? Well, it's going to be under now. All right. Lock. Get you back on the board. You back on the board. Lock, lock. Treasure pile. Yeah, it's definitely slightly out of position from where it was. Just have to deal with it. Might cause some consequences that I'm not aware of. It's supposed to be with these, I think, on top of this section right here. But it won't. There's probably a way to get it to do it, but I can't get it under the buttons. I don't know how to tell it to do that. All right, you guys back over like so. Yeah. Okay. I want to leave you out. Now I locked these. Gotta be careful what you highlight, because I got to individually unlock them. I can't group unlock. Come on. Whatever. All right. One final sort. Yeah, now the lock positions are different because of my shifting things. Wait, this one was my marker for this. All right, does that clean it up? I think that cleans it up. Best I can currently, anyway. That was an oopsie. One single misclick. All right, get the cards locked down again. And not the cubes. Everything else is good to go. I just wish these wouldn't snap to those positions down there. Oh, it's locked. If it weren't locked, it would highlight when I put the cursor over it. Okay. So, now that we got that out of the way, I was trying to puzzle out this. We did our hide check. We successfully hid, and that's where things went wrong when I was trying to get that unlocked and moved. All right, so we're hidden. So now I got to some decisions to make. We've got Fireball ready to go. We've got it powered, so we can cast it over and over and over again. I can even cast it from hiding if I can stay hidden. And we actually have a reroll to stay hidden if I want. So we could probably... All right, so here's the deal. With Fireball, if we take a look at the details here, individual ranged attack and up to 4 targets, 4 different targets with a weapon damage of 2 unblockable and 1 blocked by armor, which they are. So they would have enough health that a single fireball would not kill them, unfortunately, because the armor would block 1 of the sword icons. So I can't get enough damage to kill them. I need to get 3 on them. I can only do 2 to them. If I do a single target, then it's a little more damage. I can actually kill 1 if we do a single target. So it's 2 unblockable, 2 sharp. 1 of the sharps gets blocked by their armor, but that means 3 gets through. But next consideration is it is a targeted spell. I have to follow the normal attack sequence rules. So my attack speed cubes must be greater than their maneuver speed in order to get a guaranteed hit, meaning I don't have to roll the dice. We just apply damage. So with their numbers, they've got a maneuver speed of 3. I can't get to an attack speed of 4. So I can't get the guaranteed hit. That means we'd end up having to roll the dice. We do have the reroll from the wand, which would help out tremendously in raising our odds. There's not really any reason for me not to take a shot from ambush. I'm not going to have to expend any magic. I'm not going to get attacked in the first round of the ambush. If it fails and I don't hit, I can reevaluate, and then in the second round, I can evade if I want to, because I can always get enough to get away from these guys. So there's zero downside to me taking this fight. So, all right, sequence-wise, though, where we're at is they landed on me. I did sneak. We rolled. I did successfully hide. That's our current status. So we're now at the part where we go into the combat round. This is where a challenge occurs. The monsters challenge heroes. They don't know I'm here. They cannot challenge me because I'm in hiding. Activation, if I had a permanent spell on me and magic power, I could activate it. I don't have any of that currently, so that's irrelevant. Evade, if we evaded the combat right now, we could escape these guys. Evading has me move my token partway in the direction I plan to evade to. I don't move all the way to the clearing. I move partway. And then my very first action next turn has to be to pay to move into this space. There's no free moving through an evade action. So I could pick any direction I want that I know about. I could go this way or this way. But then I have to pay for the move next round. But that would get me out of the fight. I don't actually think I want that because we got that option next round. All right, so we're not going to evade. Now we target. I am going to target the first of the dragons. That one right there. Now we go to hero tactics. This is where I pick my tactics. So I cannot guarantee. I got maneuver speed bonus. I don't have an attack speed bonus. So I cannot get my attack speed high enough to guarantee the hit. So we're going to have to hope for the roll and the reroll. So with that in mind, attack speed isn't going to matter. I'm also playing with a secondary optional rule where weapon length determines who gets to attack first in combat. It's not really going to make a difference here from ambush. But the weapon length of the fireball spell is this number 42, which unless they cast their own fireball, which they do have, they cast theirs also at 42. So, yeah, that'll only matter later if that happens. All right. So what do I want to do here? I don't need to assign maneuver speed because I'm not going to be taking any hits during the ambush round. Man, I just wish I could come up with one extra attack speed. Getting to 4 is so powerful. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. All right, so we're powering the fireball with the enchanted cube that I placed earlier, and then I'll be putting 1 cube on the other space for the fireball. So it is now fully charged up. You can only cast 1 spell in a round. You can only activate 1 weapon in a combat round. So we're going to be doing the fireball. That's 1 of our 5 cubes. Then we'll do... Like I said, I don't think it matters from an ambush attack. I don't need to power anything. I can't get my attack speed high enough to get over their maneuver speed unless they flip. If they flip, it could make a difference. So if my guy flips... Oh, yeah, I do need to put it on attack speed because then I would get attack speed 3 to his maneuver speed of 2, and I would get the auto hit. So we're praying this guy flips. We want the 1/3 roll for him to flip, and then it's guaranteed that we kill him. All right, so yeah, we are going to put our 3 attack speed cubes here. And that's 4 cubes spent. Well, I got no more speed cubes to spend. I can't put anything anywhere else, so that's it. We're done. I got a cube I can't place. All right. So hero tactics are done. Monster tactics. We're going to roll for each of these guys. I'm going to roll both dice. The left-hand die is for the left-hand dragon. Right-hand die is for the right-hand dragon. If it comes up with a face, then they flip. Okay. Flip, flip. I'm happy with that result. I'm perfectly fine with that result. What's that going to do with the second round? What happens when attack speed is the same? If he doesn't flip, I can have enough attack speed that I'll get to go first. And then if he does flip, he won't have, I won't have to worry about it. So yeah, that's fine. That's a perfect result. That's great. Man, that's exactly what we wanted. All right, so he flipped. So now that we've done monster activation, it's resolution time. So I am firing a single target fireball. I have an attack speed of 3. He has a maneuver speed of 2. Why this matters from ambush, I know it's for game balance reasons, so it's not trivial, but he doesn't know I'm here. He's just kind of sitting around. He's not actively dodging me, so I'm not sure how this works thematically, but whatever. So we've got more than his maneuver speed. That means that it's an auto hit. I do not have to roll dice. We just apply damage. He's got 3 hit points and armor. We're going to do 4 hit points of damage by single targeting the fireball. So that's going to be enough to kill him. His armor blocks 1 of the swords. 3 more damage gets through. We have successfully fireballed a dragon to death somehow. We earn 12 fame. And that's it. Round is complete. So we go back to the top of the sequence. We now have you flipped with me here. I do have to roll to see if I stay hidden. So because I cast a spell, and the same thing happens if you fire a bow or use a ranged weapon from ambush. You have to roll the high dice to see if you get detected. So we're gonna do that. And you can't use your sneak benefit. We did not successfully hide. So he knows we're here. So no longer hidden. This time we'll make sure we unlock the right thing. All right, so no longer hidden. We start a new combat round. Now, the only thing that's going to change, now that we're down to a single dragon, if he does not flip, we're going to have attack speed of 3 versus his maneuver speed of 2 and his attack speed of 2. That means we get to go first, and he's going to die. If he does flip, it's even up. We have to roll to try to kill him, but he's not going to do his fireball, and we can take some hits and some damage. So, yeah. All right, we're going to go ahead and just continue the fight. All right, so running through the sequence, he challenges me. He knows I'm here, and he challenges me. I got no activation. I am choosing not to evade. I am targeting him. My tactics are pretty much the same. If I don't, so in order to get maneuver speed of any consequence, I'd have to get at least 2 to match his attack speed of 2 on this side. That would force him to roll to do damage, and I'd have to do 1 on that side. So, problem is, I need to maintain my 3, and that's all my speed cubes. This guy is kind of hampered in flexibility because of the limited speed cubes. I got a lot of slots, but I don't have a lot of cubes. I think I'm going to take the chance. I'm going to take the attack roll and hope the attack and the re-roll lands the hit. And if we get hit, we get hit. We'll take it on the helm, and it'll get damaged, and we'll take a wound. Actually, we won't take a wound. I can use... Oh, wait. Did I put that thing away? No, we still have the chain or cancel wound. I might take it anyway, just to save that for later. All right. So I'm going to leave my tactics alone. We're going to roll for him, see if he flips or not. I do not want him to flip. So, of course, he flips. Piece of crap. All right. So, unfortunately, he is now flipped, which is the worst of the possibilities for me. So monster tactics done. Resolution. So we compare attack speeds. I've got the higher attack speed, so I get to go first. My attack speed of 3 versus his maneuver speed of 3 means that I have to roll in order to get the hit on him. So we're going to roll the hit dice. We want this result. Or the equal sign. Because we have the same attack versus maneuver speed, the equal sign will also count as a hit. So one extra facing of this will be valid. So, and we get one reroll. Never mind. Didn't need it. Just straight up murdered him. All right. We cast another fireball, same way we did before. And we inflict 4 damage. He is dead. I should have pulled my 1 cube back earlier and reset these, but since we were using the same arrangement, I chose not to. All right, pull our cubes, and we successfully killed 2 adult dragons. All right. So, as I mentioned, combat is done. The combat sequence continues for 2 more rounds, because we just killed something. So 2 more rounds have to go by with nothing happening. So I am, again, going to cast my fly spell like I mentioned before. Just keep assuming that I'm continuing to cast that on every opportunity. So that's done. We got our payment. That was the monster summoning. Round is over. We sequence the turn, and we have our actions available again. All right, so what are we down to? We haven't seen the Guardian. And the horde is down to 3 treasures left out of 8. I'm willing to stick it out for 3. Yeah, we're in good shape. We haven't taken any damage. We got a lot of outs, so the Guardian is the only one that would mildly worry me. That's going to be the Great Drake. So if he does show up, he's his normal side here is 4 hit points. I'd have to do 5 damage to kill him in 1, which I can't do. Even my fireball only goes up to 4. So it'd take a minimum of 2 rounds to get this thing down. Meanwhile, he leads with a fireball. And he's got 2/3 for his base stats. And his flip side, he foregoes the fireball for a 5 damage attack. And a 2/1 speed. Well, we'll parse it if he shows up. I'm not going to parse it out right now. All right, let's do some more looting. Low numbers, please. We got a 3. Good enough. I don't think it's a deep treasure, but... Alchemist's Mixture, not a epic. So another single-use miscellaneous item. Convert any cube, magic cube color to any other magic cube color, I'm assuming. Permanent? Permanently replace 1 color of magic cube with another color. Not terribly convenient for my current setup, because I need my green for my slippers, and I need my black for my ring, and I need my purple for, you know, fireball and such. So I'll just throw it in the treasure pile and keep it in mind that it's there. All right, now we're down to only 1 and 2. I think this will be my last round. Do we keep going with 1 and 2? Yeah. Wait. Go back and look at him again. So if he does show up, we can get to a 4 maneuver speed. His fastest is a 1. And he shows up on a 3. It's always that we're going to compare against. So yeah, we can just evade if he shows up. So there's no real danger for us to stick around. Cool. All right. Yeah, let's keep searching. So... next loot attempt. 1 or 2. We got a 5. Last loot attempt. 1 or 2. We got double 5. All right. Now it's pretty much down to how much time do I want to spend here trying to get these last 2 treasures. Is it worth keeping the attempts, or is it better to move on to more fertile loot grounds? Yeah, however, we're out of action. It's time to roll the dice. We got mountains, juvenile dragons, and stench. So, if we push the button, juvenile dragons have been summoned to that clearing. So again, these, because of the mountain symbol, it's on the left, these are the wandering monsters, and with the roaming rule I'm playing with, they appeared on clearing 4, and it was just 1. And the reason for that is because we rolled... oh! No, that doesn't have any effect currently. So... oh, I accidentally re-rolled the dice when I flipped the thing up there. So they got rolled. Yeah, so it was monsters originally on this die. One wandering monster, and then clearing 4. So the way it was organized was it said that, that mountain, and we rolled a quantity of 1 for the juveniles, and then it was the 4th clearing. And this because of the optional rule. And we didn't have a roar. All right, so they're over there. Or he's over there. 1 juvenile dragon. What was the... up here. What were the missions again? This one was 2 monsters with 10 each. We got that done. We just need the 40 gold to pay for the title. Each of the adult dragons was worth, I think, 12. So this is done if we can gather the gold up to pay for that. That is the bring in spellbooks, spell scrolls, or tomes. And then we have the mission to kill 3 juveniles. So far, we've just got the 2 adults. The only things that have shown up. So, wouldn't be bad to get that juvenile dragon, but I'd have to get through a hidden path, or I'm always activating my fly, so technically I could just fly directly to it and then fight and kill him. And we have the cube here, so it'd be pretty trivial to fight and kill that guy. I could just drop on him and fireball him. And I wouldn't be able to hide, but my attack speed would be better than his attack speed in both cases. So I'm guaranteed to go first. And my, if he flipped, I'd have to roll the dice. But he does almost no damage on his backside anyway. So, yeah, that'd be an easy kill. We could fly over and kill him. It's just 1 move action for me to go there and get rid of him. And then I can fly back again. I have to think about that. But that was the dice roll. They got summoned. They're not on my space currently. So, turns over. I do recast my fly, of course. I think I am going to go chase him. We've got the opportunity, so let's do it. So I'm going to use a move action. I have my fly enabled. If I fly to a space in the same tile, I can just move to any tile I want, as long as it's not a cave space. And there are no caves here, so yeah, so I'm allowed to fly there. The downside to flying in like this is if you drop into a clearing with enemies, you cannot hide. They see you coming, they know you're there, so you don't get to do the hide check. I don't care about hiding against him, so I'm fine with that. So we're going to drop right on top of him. So that's my move action using my fly. We'll bring this down. Oh wait, I need to do this in a different order. So I am going to do that, but first I'm going to try to loot multiple times. I'll do the fly action as my last action, because as soon as he blocks me, since I can't hide, I lose my actions. So we'll retcon very slightly. And I'm going to loot, then fly over to fight him. Alright, so let's do some looting first. See if we can get these last couple pieces. First one. Nope. Second one. Nope. Third one. Damn, 5! It's been double 5, double 5, 5, 5 in the last set or 2. So annoying. Guess I'm paying for all that good luck we had earlier. All right, and then for my final action, I fly to his space. I drop into this location. I do not hide because I'm not allowed to with the fly action, so he does block me. When you get blocked and you're doing it on the board game, you flip your token over, and that shows the symbol, meaning you're blocked, and then you lose any actions you had remaining if you get blocked successfully. So I used my actions first on looting attempts, failed completely, then did the move, dropped in, and here we are. So he challenges me, I target him. So challenges me, I don't evade, I target him. My tactics are pretty much the same as before. I'm going to load up on attack speed. I'm going to power up my spell for my fireball. The enchantment in the tile is taking care of the first one. So that's 3, 4. I don't really have anything else I can put down. Yeah, nothing else is going to do anything. All right, so monster tactics, we see if he flips. Go ahead and roll his die. He does not flip, stays on the current side, and we resolve. So For resolution, in the first round of combat, per the optional rule I'm playing with, it's weapon reach that makes the difference. We're using a fireball, which has a weapon reach of 42, so we are very fast ahead of him. He has no weapon reach on this side, so we get to go first. Now we do the normal checks. So we check my 3 attack speed versus his 2 maneuver speed. He's too slow. We get a guaranteed hit, guaranteed 4 damage. He's just flat dead. So 10. We got 1 of our 3 juvenile dragons done, and the round is complete. That combat sequence is complete. We roll over to the first of the 2 end ones until something, if nothing, dies, and I recast my my fly spell. And we pull our cubes back. All right. Combat is complete. Turn is complete. Cycle the turn. Grab my cubes. And I'm going to do... I think I'm going to do a fly action, and I'm going to fly to this tile. I don't think I'm going to try for the last treasures here. Not after that last couple of sequences of 5s just pissing me off. We only have 2 treasures left in the horde. I think I'd rather keep moving and searching for things. So yeah, we have our fly still going. I do a move action, and when you choose to fly to a different tile entirely, it's random. I'm going to roll a d6 to determine where we're going to land on that tile. So we'll just roll this. No, I'm not trying to rename the turn button. I'm trying to select this so I can roll it. We're going to tile 2. All right, so unblocked, and we're flying to tile 2. Not the best tile, but I'm going to fly again to get over to here, so it's fine. All right, we've arrived on a tile we've never visited before. It contains a treasure, a free treasure. We get Sparkler of Wisdom. Gives us a wisdom stat if we equip it. It's only worth 2. It's pretty junk bauble, but it gives us 1 extra wisdom stat. Currently, we have 2 wisdom. This would get us up to 3, but it takes up a miscellaneous slot. I don't think I care about that enough to give up my stealth, my reroll, or my... I might be willing to give that up, especially if we're heading into town. Yes, now that we're not in an enchanted tile, our free fly is gone. Correct. I'd have to spell and then wound and or re-enchant the space. Okay. We are heading to this civilization. I know it's going to be the ones we don't have. Scholar, which is cunning, and the crone, which is also cunning. So the wisdom isn't going to do me any good anyway. So yeah, we're not going to equip that. Yes, when you loot a new item, you are allowed to swap if you'd like. You can't just freely swap everything. You can swap whatever that slot is appropriate for. Outside of the alert action or the rearrange equipment during the cleanup phase, that's pretty much your choice of your only other opportunity to make swaps. All right, so that was our first move action, which we flew. We have flight for this entire round. We already cast the spell, so I can fly again immediately. I can fly as many times as I want as I have movement actions. What I can't do is reapply the flight for next round without spending the cubes, but I can fly now. It's not a one-time thing. It's per action. So during a move action, the hero may choose to fly instead of using normal movement, and this lasts until the end of my action phase. So as long as I keep moving, I can keep flying if I choose. Oh yeah, turn that off. Turn that off. Keep forgetting I have those things turned on. All right, so we've still got 3 actions to go. We know there was a treasure here, so there is no sight at this location. I think I might step here real quick just so we can find out what's here. I got 3 points. This is a 1 point space. I could go 2 and then come back. And then, well, then I lose my flight option to get over to here. Is it worth doing it while I'm way over here? What turn are we on? We're on turn 15. We're at essentially 12 LPs. We're halfway through the turn limit. 30 is the turn limit. I want to get to 20. 20 LPs is my set objective for getting a victory, ideally. We're geared up fairly well. And I'd have to look through my deck here and see how much money we might have available to us to buy things at the merchants. But I need 40 gold to pay for the... oh, crap. I need 40 gold back here. I need to go back here in order to get this one turned in. No, we're heading to the one that I would turn that in at. All right. Yeah, what to do here? What's going to be the better time or action economy? For the mountain, well, sites can appear in either the mountains or the wood area, so it's not necessarily true. When I'm playing a single tile set, I know when all the sites have been used up. But we've got the possibility of the crypt hasn't been found, the shrine, the secret cache haven't been found. Is it worth the step? Another thing I could do would be 2 points to move, 1 point to fly back. And hope I land like over here. Then I could either do a direct move. And we've already seen this location. I'm going to go over here. I'll just deal with it. So yeah, we're going to spend 2 points to go there. Check the tile. It has the Forgotten City. All right, so this gets a little more interesting. So first up, Forgotten City is one of the point generators. So when we check our point list here, third one down, Dwarven Ruins or Forgotten City located. You get 1 LP and 5 fame. So let's score that first. And we go back. Next up, we set up the Forgotten City. What this means is that for each terrain set you're using, you draw 2 additional wilderness. So we're going to click on this and it should draw 2 more. 1 from the forest we got and 1 from the mountains. It's putting them in random clearings. They're not actually associated with those clearings. It just does it to keep things kind of separated and clean. All right, first one is a teleport gate. Second one is a secret cache in number 5. So it actually put that one in the right spot. Well, that changes things a fair bit. And the gate goes into 4. Oh, okay. It knew what they were and it put them in the correct locations. So we'll lock the gate down, lock the cache down. So this is one of the prime locations we're trying to locate. It is the secret cache right here, possibly guarded by the bandits. And it's 1 deep treasure and 20 gold. And you just take everything when you find it. As soon as I search for it and locate it, I just immediately grab it. So we're sticking around. All right, so the rest of what's going on here. The gate is a teleport gate. So there's usually 1 of these for each of the terrain types. So a second gate could come out. You don't always get every single site because there are more sites available than tokens you will draw. So you'll always not get something, and you never know which of those things you might not get. So we might not end up with a second gate, but if a second gate were to appear like over here in this position, then we could teleport directly between those 2 locations as if they were connected. If I were standing here, I would just spend the 1 movement point to move to this clearing. So it's like an imaginary line or pathway is connecting the 2 gates, or any gates that are available. If you're playing a lot of terrain types, you might have multiple gates. You can just move between them. In a single terrain set, it does absolutely nothing because there's no other place to teleport to. But we now have the secret cache on the map, and we've got 1 final movement point remaining. I could hop with my final point directly here. And then next turn, the first thing I do is enchant the tile while I search for the cache, And then I could set my fly spell up again so we can fly on out of here. So I think that's what we'll do. So I'll use my final movement action to fly again, and we're going to drop right on top of the gate. I get to pick my destination when we're flying and moving to a sing tile. So we're going to do that. That means we are completely done. Roll for monsters. I am done with all that processing, right? Nothing else for Forgotten City. We got the wilderness tiles. We got the reward. We summoned. Yeah, we're good. All right. Roll for monsters. What are we on now? We're in the Lonely Mountains. So juvenile dragons as usual and the claw. So mountains and claw. Uh-oh, we got the return symbol and claw. So we're going to get griffins, and the return symbol has dropped. We have no enemies elsewhere on the board because we've killed everything that showed up, so the return symbol's not going to do anything. But we're going to get some griffins drop right on top of us. So, all right, this will be interesting. Griffins are fast. I can't get away from griffins. Uh-oh, this actually could be a problem. Yeah, this could be a problem. Okay. So, I haven't faced griffins recently. Let's pull them aside. There's two of them, and that's the flipped side. So on the starting side, they do 2 damage, 0 attack speed, so I would go first regardless, but a really high maneuver speed, forcing me to roll dice. I cannot get my attack speed high enough to guarantee a hit on this thing, on this side. Notice the flip, though. They go from 0 attack speed to 4 maneuver, and suddenly then they're 3 attack speed and 1 maneuver. So we would want them to flip. If I put at least 2 into my attack speed, we would get to go first, and it would auto hit. And we only need to do 3 damage. So the wings indicator next to their health says that they're a flying creature. That only matters mostly in the case of certain spells. Some spells only affect things on the ground, and flying creatures are immune to ground effect spells. Fiery Chasm is one. You literally rip the earth apart, and all the friends and enemies that are in that tile drop into the fiery chasm, but flying creatures are unaffected, that kind of thing. But it has no effect on normal combat. So they have 3 health, high maneuver speed on the first side, and otherwise not too bad. It's just overcoming that front side maneuver speed. Now the good news is I would get to attack first because the optional rule I'm using, weapon length, they don't have a weapon length in either case. They're using beak and claws. So they have no weapon length. So, first round, I get to go. It's just a matter of rolling. So it's problem now is I don't have the enchantment set up yet, so I can't just plan on doing the infinite fireball thing. All right. Well, let's do this in sequence so I can know exactly what's going to happen and what my options are. So they're here. They are the local monsters. They always appear on me. Nothing triggered from that. They're on me, trying to block me, so I need to make my hide attempt. We are sneaking automatically because of our equipment. So we're going to roll the dice. We successfully hid. So I could choose to ignore them. I could just hide for 2 rounds of combat, and then combat's over. And then we process the next turn, or I could choose to ambush them. So let's pull the stack down, and I think similar to the adult dragons, we can handle this. All right. So it would be me targeting him. They don't get to target me during the first round if I do an ambush. We would have the fireball going off. Do I need to multi-target? I don't. I only need to do 3 damage, and they are not armored. So a single fireball could potentially kill both, because we do 3 damage, one of which is a sword, a sharp damage, but they don't have armor to remove that. So The variables are, do we land the blow, and what dice do we roll on the ranged dice? It's going to vary the damage plus or minus 2, and I always have to take the worst of the results that we get. So a fairly good chance we're going to get a -1 or a -2 as our worst result. So that's facing 1, facing 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So there's only a single -2, and then a single -1. But even a -1 would drop my damage enough if I single target. If I focus the fireball, I could guarantee the kill on anything but the -2. Potential reroll. We have the Wand of the Magician, which lets me also get a reroll on the to hit. Nothing's going to change my ranged dice roll, though, for the damage adjustment. So... And I'd have to commit both of my purple cubes. One of them would be wounded, and I wouldn't be able to fireball a second time, because I wouldn't be able to meet the requirements on the second one. Alternatively, I stay hidden on the second sequence through. I cast my fly spell. It does wound my purple cube to do it, but combat still ends because no damage has been done or kill's been done in 2 rounds. I start with my fly spell available next round, and I just immediately start hopping tiles to get over to the civilization, and then we come back later to grab the loot possibilities here. What to do? If I get into a scrum with these guys, I've only got the 1 armor piece. They're doing enough damage to damage and then destroy my armor on both sides if they get hits in. But I won't be able to put a cube into my maneuver speed. Well, I got to roll regardless on that side. I only need 2. I only need 2 attack speed to make a difference. So I would be able to. I'd be able to put 2 in attack speed, 1 into maneuver. That way, if they flip, I force them to at least roll a die to hit me. They have to roll a die here if I have a maneuver speed of 1. And it won't work on that side, but How lucky do I feel about these dice right here? This is really what's making this a difficult decision. I don't have the automatic out for the evade. Unless they flip, then I can get above their speed. Oh, man. We've had a pretty lucky run. I'm going to take the risk. We can ignore a wound. We can take a reroll. We do have a piece of armor that can take at least 2 hits before it goes away. And also, if I get... If any remaining monsters are on their flipped side, I will be able to evade my way out again. So I think I've got enough outs that death isn't necessarily on the line. So let's give it a try. All right, so I'm going to commit. All right, challenge. They can't challenge me. They don't know I'm here. No activation. I'm not evading. I am targeting the left-hand dragon. I am going to set my tactics as 2 attack speed, 1 maneuver speed, and I am going to fireball. All right, my tactics are done. We're going to roll to see if they flip. Left, yeah, no, right, yes, which is okay for me. Well, I would have preferred the reverse because that would have been an auto hit on this guy. So not quite the right order. If he stays that way, we can guarantee kill him next round. All right. So that is the circumstance. We go to resolution. So my fireball is going off. Am I single or double targeting? I got a double target, right? The only real question is the ranged variance. If I single target, I get the 4 damage, then adjust. So I have a higher chance, I think, of killing one. But the pressure luck possibility is that I can hit them both, get the plus damage. I think I'm going to single target. Single target. Well, wait. No, since I can target both of them, this guy's automatically hit. It's just the damage roll. This guy I have to roll for, but my attack speed will be greater than this guy's maneuver speed. Yeah, we're gonna target both. We'll see what happens. All right, so I am splitting. It's just going to be 3 total damage. They're not armored, and then we'll adjust. Oof, wait, again, if I do that, that's exactly the amount I need to kill them. If we get any kind of negative, then they're both still going to be up. Erg. This is my only fireball opportunity. Erg. Tell you what, I'm going to take a quick break, grab a bottle of water, think about this a short bit, and then I will return and we'll make some decisions and see how this processes out. I'll be back with you here in just a few. I have made the executive decision that we're going to let it ride. I'm going to multi-target. I'm going to aim at both. So it's going to get the base damage down to 3. We're going to go ahead and process the attacks. So it's targeted. I have to roll separately for each of these guys and follow the full sequence. And it's also ranged, so I have to roll the range dice to adjust the damage. So looking at the first guy, we are comparing my attack speed of 2, his maneuver speed of 4. That means I do need to roll to hit him. And we shall do so. Anything going to modify this? I'm trying to hold my Dust of Destiny for the range dice if possible. So, I get the reroll here. And then I've got the Dust of Destiny as backup. All right, let's roll this up, see what happens. Equal signs do not count. Total failure. All right. Well, we'll take the reroll on both. Ah, the equal sign doesn't count. Damn it. Well, now it's a problem. I really don't want to use this. Yeah, this is about to get real ugly. I think I'm realizing I really should have skipped this one. I should have just hid this one out and left. So the first reroll has failed. I got nothing left except the Dust of Destiny to try to land this shot. And then I've got to rely on the range dice being gentle. All right, I got to use it up. So Dust of Destiny is going to go away. I'm just going to re-roll the 1 die. Pray we get a hit symbol. All right. Now I'm in a spot of bother. Quite the spot of bother. Moving to the next one. We failed to hit this first one. Moving to the next one. It's an auto hit because we have 2 to his 1. So all I got to do is roll the damage dice and pray that we don't have a reduction of damage. I don't have a way of modifying this one. This is just the hit dice, not the range dice. Yeah, I don't have a range dice modify capability. So let's see what our modifier is going to be. +2, -1. I got screwed. Got to take the -1. That means he takes 1 wound. He goes from 3 down to 2. Yeah. I didn't kill either one. That means I am totally hosed. And I can't cast Fireball again. Oh boy. All right. So he takes a wound. We'll just put a red cube on him temporarily up there to indicate he's down 1. So he's now at 2 health. Yeah. All right. Well, that sucks. That went exactly wrong. We failed, what, 3, 4 times there along that sequence. So we did not get anywhere near the outcome that we expected to. My ambush attack is complete. I cast a spell, so I can't switch any equipment around or anything like that. We clear cubes, so that comes back up. That goes to wounded. And these come back over. And because this guy is on his 4 maneuver side, I cannot evade. I can't get to 5 movement speed, which is what I would need in order to maneuver or evade out of this. I can't hide again. All right, top of the round. This is not good. This is grim. Challenge. They both challenge me. I got nothing to activate. I cannot evade. I am going to target... I guess I should target you, wounded, and hopefully he doesn't flip, and I can keep him on the 1 maneuver speed to guarantee another hit. That will kill him with decimation. Yeah. All right, so I'm targeting him. Hero tactics. What am I going to do here? So we have the Ring of Strength. So that box is already filled. So with 1 single might cube, we're up to 3 damage. They are not armored, so 3 damage is enough to kill either one of them at this point. And like I said, if he does not flip, he dies, and he doesn't get an attack. If he does flip, I have to roll, because his maneuver speed will jump way up high, and I can't get over top of that no matter what I do. So, we're hoping he does not flip, which is odds are he's not supposed to. 33% chance he flips. Now, that is if I get to at least 2 speed cubes on my attack speed. No point in going higher than that. That leaves me 1 cube I could put in my maneuver speed. Is that going to make any difference? It does, because here, his attack speed... he would have to roll to hit me if he stays on this side. On this side, I can't get enough anyway. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4 cubes placed. I can put 1 more cube out. Is anything else going to make a difference? More strength. I could put the black cube on decimation, but I don't need more damage. They can't block anything. If the blow lands, it's going to kill it anyway. I got no more speed cubes. I can't convert anything into a useful thing. Yeah, it's weird. I keep having these situations where I've got cubes, but I really don't have a use for putting them out. My lack of speed cubes is unnerving me a bit. All right, unless somebody spots a use for one of these cubes, I think I'm going to go with what I got. So my tactics are done. We'll roll for them. Again, left, right. We do not want this right one to flip. All right, neither one of them flipped. I would really rather this guy flipped, but whatever. So no flipping. We go ahead and go to resolution. So Attack speed is going to determine who goes first. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. He's going to get to swing first. I'm not going to be able to kill him before he does damage to me. I couldn't have defended against it anyway. All right, because we're in the second round of combat, it's no longer weapon reach that's making the difference. So attack speed comparisons, my attack speed at 2, his attack speed at 3. He gets to go first. He gets to auto hit me, so 2 damage coming in. I can take it on the helm, and it gets damaged. We're going to take a wound. I'm going to go ahead and activate the guard charm and use it to negate the wound. And we'll take the hit on the bejeweled helm. As soon as I'm out of armor, a hit of 2 is going to flat kill me. So this is very bad. Everything was looking great until I stupidly took this fight. And rolled really bad on a sequence of rolls. Alright, so he is attacked, damaged our armor. We have boarded the wound with our magic item. Our turn next. Our attack speed is the next highest. We auto hit him. We're going to inflict 3 points of damage. He can only take 2, no armor, so he's going to die. So put that back away. He dies. He's worth 9. And the round is complete. All right, next round. Cubes returned. Challenge, of course, he challenges me. I still cannot evade because he refuses to flip over to a side that will let me get out of here. I'm targeting him. Tactics. So, a single point into attack speed on his current side would let me swing first. I'd have to roll because his maneuver speed is so high on this side. If I can get to 2 attack speed, doesn't fix this side or change anything here, but it makes it so this side I auto hit, although I'd have to take a hit first, but I can't do anything about that. But it means I wouldn't have to roll the dice to get the kill at least after I took the hit. That leaves me cubes, of course. We only need to do that. And I guess we just throw that in there. If I can get to 3 attack speed on this side, we'd be equal, and then weapon length would let me go first. So we do that. What is that going to do? That means his 0 attack speed, my 0 maneuver speed. He's equal, so he has to roll. It's not an auto hit on this side. And if he flips, his 3 attack speed, my 3 attack speed, I get to go first and I kill him. Yeah, all right, we're going to go with that arrangement. I think that's the best setup. So 3, 4, and again, I don't have a use for the 5th cube. Actually, this goes here. All right. Hero tactics done. Roll for flippery. Do I want flippery? I want flippery, right? Yeah, on this side I have to roll. On the other side he's dead. So we want flippery. We did not get flippery. All right, so he stays the way he is. We process the round. I'm going to have to roll to hit him, and I do get a re-roll on the hit. So that's, no, I don't. That's, I get the re-roll on spells. Yeah, we're not doing a targeted spell. All right. So my attack speed of 3, his maneuver speed of 4, not high enough. I've got to roll to hit. If I do hit, he dies. All right. Nothing's going to change this. Nothing's going to change this. I'm out of additional options, so it's just a straight up to hit roll. Total failure. All right. So he gets to return attack. He's going to hit me for 2. The attack speed of 0. Oh, he has to roll. Sorry. His attack speed of 0. My maneuver speed is 0, so he also has to roll. He fails. All right. So that is 1 round of nothing happening. If another round of that goes by, I'll get out of this. So anytime 2 rounds pass with no wounds and no kills, then it counts towards that counter. So that's 1. If this next round, if I hit him, he's dead. If he hits me, it resets the counter. So that's basically what's going on. All right, so next round, nothing's going to change. He hasn't flipped. My tactics are going to be the same, so it's going to be he challenges. I'm not going to bother moving cubes and all that stuff around. So he challenges. I can't evade. I target him. I'm leaving my tactics, and we're just rolling to see if he flips or not. So please flip one of these times. It just refuses to flip off of that goddamn 4. All right, I have to roll to hit him. He has to roll to hit me. Finally! Oh, we got lucky. We got out of here with just 1 damage to our helm, and we wounded our cube. All right, we successfully hit him, and we do 3 damage. He dies. Whew, I was getting worried there. All right, the monsters are dead. Reset cubes. What I tend to forget is that they also have to roll when they're below me. So on that 0 side for his attack speed, he always has to roll to hit. So I forgot to figure that into my calculations of what might happen. All right, cubes are pulled. This one stays wounded for now. Everything's out. I got my fame rewards, and we survived the combat just taking a blow to our bejeweled helm. All right. So combat is over. 2 more rounds go by, but I've got a wounded purple cube. I can still... we don't have the enchantment going here, so I'm not going to wound my other purple cube. All right, we're not going to fly currently. So, cycle the turn. Grab my tokens. Move that over. Okay. How exciting. So, what are we going to do? Enchant this thing? We haven't found the stash yet. We've damaged our helm, and we've got a damage to one of our cubes. I would need to alert to swap the item back on that would let me then... I mean, it's wasting an action to save an action. So, I might as well just spend the 3 to enchant the tile. Then I would not be able to heal. I need 2 actions to heal my cube. Alright, let's do it anyway. So 3 actions. I am going to... what is this going to do to the pathing? Anything I care about? I'm mostly planning on flying around, but it's oriented that way. Pathing... that's nothing that's going to... well, it's going to make my life easier if I have to walk out, so... sure. Alright, so flipping it's no big deal. Yeah, alright, so we're going to use 3 cubes to enchant. Grab another purple cube for powering the tile up. Alright, it is enchanted. Last action. We'll do a search action to try to find the site. We are in mountains, not woods. want to remind myself what's in here. A lot of stuff. Ring of the Magi, I'd have to swap one of these out. Not worth it. We're not in the forest. I do have miscellaneous slot, but that's only going to give me charisma, or wisdom, I mean. And I don't want to switch weapons. All right, so nothing really pertinent to my current situation. Yeah, let's do a search. Hey, we found it successfully. All right, per our little chart, we have been the first to find a treasure site. So 1 and 5. We're out of actions, and we successfully found the secret cache. Secret cache, 20 gold. That's cool. They generate a little token thing for it, huh? And we got it. So we get 20 gold in a deep treasure. You take it all when you find it. Oh, wow. Well, how about that? Holy crap. Look what we need. So do I just drop this on here? Apparently not. Wonder why they created this thing. Just as a thing you can drag and reminder. Toss it over here next to these things. We got Mithril Chainmail, and it only takes 1 might cube because it's nice and lightweight, but still very durable. You can absorb up to 2 points with no damage to it, a 2-point hit, and 3 points damages it, 4 points breaks it. And it takes up both slots. That's right. I started with 10. Well, I mean, obviously, we're going to put that on. Actually, we're going to remove. No. I need to keep that marked as damaged. So we'll leave it over here with the damage indicator on it in case I swap it back in. And then this goes to the middle position because it covers both spaces. That's the only downside. All right. Awesome. So now we've got a great set of chainmail, a very strong melee weapon. We got ranged weapon options. We got magic options. We found another treasure site. Now we can get off this tile as well. So our desire is to boogie. All right, end of this round. I use my magic cube. I'm going to cast the fireball, but first we have to roll for the dice and all that, but that's my intent. All right, let's see if we get anybody. We get Forest and Claw. Oops. So, Claw, more griffins. Oh my god. Not the griffins again. And I still can't cast my fireball because I didn't heal up my other purple cube like a dumbass. Okay. And it's 3 griffins this time, which I can't evade. So we're going to sneak the hell out of this. And I don't have the reroll this time. Man, if I fail this sneak, I'm going to be so annoyed. All right. We are sneaking. So we're going to roll the hide dice. And only a double head is going to be bad. I swear. My life. 1 in 6. No, 2 in 6 on each of the die. I don't believe this. I can't survive triple griffins. There's just no way. And I don't have any options. They land on me. I failed my hide roll. They know I'm here. I can't ambush. It's basically death. I don't think there's any chance I can beat 3 griffins. Unless they all flip, and then I can evade. Or I can get it to a point where they're flipped. Because what's going to happen is they're going to do... Alright, let's summon the monsters. I just can't believe this happened. Double griffin followed by triple griffin, followed by me failing a hide check with sneak. The amount of random bullshittery that just happened. Alright, so, you know, it's a triple... Hey, why did I only get 2 griffins? That was absolutely on a 3. What is the... Did it get rotated? What did the chat screen say? It didn't say the number for the griffins. Yeah, it says 3 local monsters. Are there not that many griffins? Oh, maybe there's not that many griffins. Did we run out of griffins in the griffin stack? Because that changes things a fair bit. Hey, griffins. Oh, they're empty. Oh, okay, so there's a limit to the number of griffins. Lots of dragons. Not a lot of griffins. Well, that changes things a bit. We're down to 2. I mean, it helps, but my pretty mithril armor is going to... Well, actually, we're not too bad, because they're only inflicting 2 damage, which now that we have the mithril, it can take the hits without being damaged. So that changes things quite a bit. And we had a bunch of spare wound cubes, so we got more time than it looked like. All right, I'm not as concerned now. All right, so here's what happens. We failed our hide check. We roll into the combat sequence. They challenge me, both of them. I pick an opponent. We'll just keep going left to right until they start flipping. I cannot evade because I can't get to a 5. I would need a 5 to evade. I can only get to a 4. These are like the one monster in the entire game. I think there might be one other in the set I'm using currently that it could be faster than me. So it's kind of harsh. All right, so I can't evade. I targeted. I got to pick my tactics. So per our last fight, I am not allowed to do fireball because I don't have access to my second purple. We didn't get it repaired or healed. So basically just the chainmail has changed. So it's going to be the same math as before, which was what? 2 and 1? And then 1 might cube. For killing them, I just need to do 3. There's no armor considerations, so I only need the 1. Keep putting it in the wrong spot. I only need the 1 to do 3 damage because this thing is filling this space here for the 3rd. So 1 red cube is all I need. And then 2 speed cubes means I'm faster, but I have to roll to hit versus their flip side. They're faster, but I automatically hit and kill them. And I can't change that arrangement enough to make any real difference. I can't get over their maneuver speed. And I could equal that one, but I don't have enough cube. Well, I do. But if I go there, that means, no, their 0 means they have to roll regardless. And their 3 I can't get over. Yeah, I think I do. I do want to do that. I want to make it 3. Doesn't make a difference here. But on this side, my 3 and their 3 means I go first. And I kill them before they get to go. Yeah, that's what we want. All right, so we're going to go 3 speed cubes, 1 heart cube, and then I got nothing left to spend it on. Nothing else is going to do anything useful. All right, let's go with that. We'll see if they flip. They do not flip. Kind of sucks. All right. So processing the resolution. My attack speed is not enough to get over top of his maneuver speed, so I got to roll. I do not get to use my magic wand. I got nothing else that's going to make any difference here. And then they're also going to have to roll to hit me. So that is a miss. So my attack is done. I got to process both attacks from them. So it doesn't matter which one's which. They both have to roll to hit me. The armor is going to block, but I'm going to take wounds from each. So it's going to stack up really quick if I don't get rid of somebody. All right. Zombie or Griffin to the left. You mother... Griffin to the right. Just... All right. This is head smash into table time. Come on. You got to be kidding me. This is like 8 perfect rolls for the enemy, 8 absolute trash rolls for the Vormithrax in a row. Okay. Black cube, green cube for the wounds we just took. Oh my god. All right, resolution's done. Math has not changed in the slightest. Nobody flipped. All the cubes are going to stay the way they are. I still can't evade. Nothing changes. So we're back to the next combat sequence. They did hit me, so we're not on the 2-round counter for getting out of here. First roll for me hitting this guy is a miss, of course. Him hitting me. Miss. Other Griffin. Also a miss. So that's a wash round. We've had 1 of 2. If the same thing happens again, we're out of here. Math has not changed. So it's really just see if they flip and then start rolling dice again. They do not flip. I cannot get them off of that front side. My roll to hit the guy I'm on is a miss. Yeah, it's a miss because I've only got a 3 attack speed versus their 4 maneuver speed. So that's a miss again. First guy on me is a miss because... No, it's a hit because we're 0-0. So that counts as a hit. And the second guy misses. Another purple cube put in the wounded box. We are getting thrashed. We're almost out of cubes. And things are going to start changing fast here in a second. All right, next up. The math has still not changed. I still can't evade. I still haven't hit anything. All right. We just roll to see if they flip. The guy that's on me flipped. That guarantees that I kill him, so at least we're going to get it winnowed down a bit. All right. So that change... I've already set my tactics by the time they go, so we just resolve. So I am still highest because I've got 3 attack speed versus his 3 attack speed, and the tiebreaker is weapon length. He doesn't have one. I've got 10. So I swing first. I've got enough attack speed over his maneuver speed for an auto hit, and we do 3 points of damage, which kills him. And they're worth 9. All right, then we've got to take this, and again, he has to roll to hit me. And again, we are equal. Oh my God. Now I have a problem. Now I have a problem. I can't take the hit on the might. Well, I can because I only need 1 might cube. The only equipment I have that has might requirements is this one. We only need 1. I'm only using 1, so I can still afford this and not change anything. All right, so we took the hit. Again, the armor absorbed it, but we still take a wound. Anytime you take a hit, you take a wound. That round is done. He is still on the unflipperied side that pisses me off so much. And we are the same sequence. Something died, so we've reset the get out of here counter. So not can't evade. I'm targeting him, leaving my tactics. Resolution, or I mean monster tactics roll. So will he flip? He flipped. He flipped. All right, so we're going to survive. Because we're going to kill him. It's an automatic kill. So again, we have the attack speed equal. We get the advantage from our reach from our weapon, and he dies. So, oh my goodness. Wow. Well, time to go away. Now we're banged up. I need to spend, without the Knight's healing ability that we had last run, where it was 1 for 1 action cube for healing, it's 1 less than the number you spend. So if we spend an entire turn, we'll get 3 of our 5 cubes back. All right, so round is complete. I have no purple cubes. I cannot do my fly spell to renew. We're gonna roll that goddamn griffin again before I can get out of here. All right, so yeah, combat's over. So cycle around, grab my cubes. Okay, reset the cubes that are still healthy, which are not much. Okay, everything is reset. Really? You don't want to put it here? Whatever. Yeah. All right, round set. What are we looking at? So we've cleared out the spot here, the shrine, or the secret cache. Unfortunately, I cannot fly until I heal. If I spend the time to heal, I am likely to have bad things arrive. I still have my permanent sneak mode. Oh, I don't. That's the maneuver speed. Oh, it's the stealth one. That's automatic. Yeah, I don't need to commit anything. Never mind. All right. So, yeah, we still have our benefit to our hide check if something does arrive. So I think what I need to do, I'm just going to spend a turn healing and hope nothing shows up or that I can hide from it. So we're going to rest for 4, which is going to get me 3 cubes back. Purple, purple, might. And that's our entire turn. I do not want to see you a 3rd time in a row. It's 1 facing in 6. Not again. Preferably not the bandits either. That would also... Oh, shit. I saw that when it was just spinning in place. I knew that was going to land that way. All right, so Forest doesn't do anything, but we did draw the Guardian, and we are on a spot with a treasure site. So, back up to the map. Guardian. Hey, bandits. Please tell me none of you guys can get up to speed 4. Oh, fuck! 2 guys at speed 4. Okay. I fail another hide check. We will have a 3rd time of just absolute nonsense die rolls. 3rd, 4th? Not counting how many different die rolls we had in the combat. 3rd above board, overland, total fuckery die rolls. All right, so the bandits have shown up after I looted the stash. Well, another hide check. I got no rolls that are going to modify this, so if it comes up double heads again, we're screwed. All right, at least this time we managed to hide. We are absolutely not going to mess with these guys. We are going to stay hidden. Thank God. All right, so we do roll into the combat sequence. I am staying hidden. What I'm going to do is at the end of the 2nd combat round, I'm going to cast my fly spell. No enemies. I'll be doing it from hiding. No enemies were injured. No deaths occurred in the 2 rounds. The fly spell will go off. Combat's over. We start the next turn. So I don't have the tile enchanted, so it is going to wound my purple cube again. Actually, this can be of any color. Is it going to matter? Yeah, it could matter if I need to fly again. So yeah, so we'll... Oh, I get this back. Oh, that's not a magic cube. I don't have a choice, but we'll get it back. So yeah, it doesn't matter. All right. So yeah, I'm going to cast fly, and then we will wound that cube, recover that cube, and fly will be in effect next round. All right. And then the combat ends after that second sequence, and we go back to the start of the next turn. Click. All right. And we are getting out of here. Okay. First move action, I'm going to fly to the deep woods space. We're going to roll a d6 to see where we end up. We end up in tile 2. Tile 2. Didn't get us very far. That's okay. All right, that was one move. Second move, I'm going to fly again to get into the civilization space. I guess I could fly here, then fly into the civ space. There's no monsters present currently. No monsters are going to appear before I move again. It gives me the wilderness tile. Yeah, let's do that instead. So move 2, we're going to go here, roll the die again, and then activate that space. I guess this technically is the die I should roll. All right, clearing 4 is where we land. Clearing 4. We click the button. We got an item. We found, just laying on the ground at our feet, a dagger. That's about the worst thing we could possibly find. Thanks, game. Into the junk pile. Okay, third move action. I'm dropping into here. And again, have to roll a random location. It is tile 1, which is perfect. That's where the civilization is. If I didn't land there, I was going to, unless I'd land, is tile 1 a mountain? Tile 1 is not a mountain. So yeah, if I had landed here, I could have walked in. Otherwise, I was going to fly in. But whatever. We got one movement left. All right, that was pretty productive. Gotta love fly. All right, and we're going to do a commerce action. What have we accomplished? We've got a whole bunch of stuff. I don't yet have... I got 30 gold. I don't have 40 gold laying around. So we are at the knights. We need 40 gold. We meet the other. So as soon as we get 40 gold, we can come here and spend an action to purchase the first title. So we need to do a commerce action and go sell some crap. All right, so trade action. We're going to go commerce with a merchant. We got to click the button to set the tile up. We already know what's going to be here, but, you know, we'll click the buttons. There's only 2 possibilities left, the scholar and the crone, which we already knew. All right, so scholar and crone. We'll click the buttons. It'll set their cards up. And I got to decide which one we're going to go talk to. They all buy at the same rate when you sell them items, so that won't be anything different. We have one item that will raise our charisma, but if I remember right, neither of these care about that. So the crone and the scholar. Scholar cares about cunning, and I think the crone also cares about cunning. Yeah, they're both cunning. We can't affect that. So then it's down to what items. 5 treasures, 4 items, 3 missions versus 4 treasures, 2 items, 4 missions. So let's go with... I think the missions is the main thing I'm curious about. We've got pretty good armor. Yeah, let's go for the scholar. So we're going to go visit the scholar. These items were for the smith, and we had one more mission card I was going to pick up. We're not going to go back to him anytime real soon, so we'll go ahead and group all this stuff up. Bring the mission card over, draw a replacement mission for the one that we took earlier, because he's always has to have 2 missions. And we'll stick that back on his pile there. All right, so we're going to go visit the scholar. Flip. And spread them out. What do we got? The Black Follower mission again. We got the package mission. Complete this mission at the next alphabetical civilization. This basically is just saying, hey, deliver this package over to that other civ tile. We'd get 7 gold, and then we'd roll a mission die for each of these symbols our character has, which is 2. So we could get 10 gold possibly, or 7 or 8 fate off of just this part. So if we're heading that way, that'd be fine. We're only allowed to have 2 missions that we carry with us to try to complete at a time. I got to check our mission list. I don't think we've completed it. We only had the juvenile dragons. I don't think we killed enough. Enter a mountain clearing on all 5 mountain tiles. Complete this mission at the keep. So we're at the keep now. Have we already hit all 5? I think this is the only one we haven't hit. Yeah, we've been to the other 4. So if we just step to here and then step back again, that'll complete that mission. So hell yeah, we'll take that. All right, so we're going to take Alpiner. The only other option, if I don't want to do the bad guy missions, that's what these 2 are, is the package back to the other civ tile. But I'd have to replace our juvenile dragon one for that. I think I'd rather keep the juvenile dragon mission. So we will take this one, put it here. We have 2 missions. Can't take any more. All right, so we're done looking at the missions. And we'll draw a replacement when our turn is over. What else we got listed here? Uh-oh, spell scroll. Tome of the Fae, Potion of Relief, Potion of Flight, and I definitely don't want the breastplate or the dagger. So I assume this is a one-use fly. Yeah, it's a one-use fly. Potion of Relief cancels a curse. Remove all curses and permanent spell effects. May not be used to selectively remove curses, so it's all or nothing. Gets rid of all curses and spell effects on the character when you drink it. Tome of the Fae. One-time use. Permanent yellow cube. Always like getting cubes. And then a spell scroll with a single spell on it. I believe we get to fill this. We get to know what's on the spell. May reveal the spell book to all players in order to draw and secretly look at the spells. Yeah, it's just me. Charm spell. +2 to all of the hero's attributes. Okay. I believe this symbol means it lasts for 1 day or 1 turn. It's not a permanent. So you would use that just before merchanting, where you're going to haggle with a merchant, because having +2 increases your target number, which makes it easier to haggle and bring prices down significantly. Or when you're turning in missions and it looks for the number of attributes you have of a type to determine how many dice you roll. So both of those would get you increased rewards or cost savings. We have no yellow dice currently. There is a Tome of the Fae sitting right here, but it would cost us 39 to purchase it straight up without haggling. We're going to have a terrible haggle chance. Well, we're going to have a middling haggle chance to try to get the price down even 1 level, which would take it to 26. So when you're buying things, you pay triple. If you haggle successfully once, you pay double. If you haggle successfully twice, you pay the straight up price. Our target number for haggling would be 2, so we would roll the 2 haggle dice, and if the numbers were not a door, and the numbers were 2 or less, we would successfully haggle, and it would drop the price, and then we could try to press our luck and do it again. 2 is really borderline on whether I would want to even make the attempt. 3 or 4, I would definitely try. I don't think I can afford all this. I need to look at the items I'm going to sell, figure out how much I have, and decide if that 40 gold I have to spend for the title in order to get essentially 3 victory points is what I want to go for. We're at 19 currently, so technically for my personal victory condition, I only need 1 more, which we'll have no problem achieving. We got 12 more turns. So yeah, we need to stack out our stuff and figure things out. I could probably give up the Bejeweled Helm. I get full value for it, even if it's damaged. The Merchant, there are also armor repairers, so they just repair it themselves and sell it for triple like usual. So, remind me if I forget and I don't sell this to put the cube back on it. But I think I'm going to sell it because we can't wear it with our chainmail, and we have a leather helm as a backup. So, let's, oh man, did it lock the whole stack? No. All right. A lot of stuff. All right. What are we willing to get rid of? I think the Bejeweled Helm is probably going. I can't imagine I'm going to care about the dagger. It's only worth 2. Leather Helm is staying for sure. I don't think... I mean, some of these are so small a value, they're not really going to add up to much. I like the idea of these, but I tend to take them off because I got other things I need to use, and the act of switching them with an alert basically gives up the action I'm saving for this one. So even though I'm fond of enchanting the tiles, I think I'm willing to give that one up. This one's great when we're searching woods, and we've only actually been into a couple of the woods. We've done this one. Actually, we've done these 2. Oh, that's the sieve tile. We've done this one, and this one. Oh, and that one. We only have 1 woods left. Yeah, I'm going to be, since we've already done the searching in all but 1, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that one too. Not going to have enough of a benefit. I can fly, so I don't need to find hidden paths, and the sites, there's only 1 left that it would affect, so yep, that's going. All right, so we're down to this set here. Am I going to switch back to the spear and or the short bow? Decimation is pretty cool. And when we're careful, we've got the fireball that we're using for ranged and for ambushing. So I don't think I'm going to use the short bow, but I might keep the spear. I think I'm going to give up the sparkler. And this is that one-time conversion. Yeah. Oh, I could, if I'm not using one of these, decide to switch to yellow. But I absolutely can't get rid of that. And I could turn the black cube to yellow. I don't have a specific use for it. No, I do. That right there, if I have to get more damage. All right, yeah, let's get rid of that too. All right, I think that's the pile we're going to get rid of. So we'll keep the helm and the spear. Stick them back in the pile. So we're going to sell. So 16, 18, 24, 28, 31, 33, 38 added on to our total. I'm going to go do that other thing next, which is 40. So I'm just going to remove 2, and then we'll have the money already paid for that that title. All right, so these are going to be added to this one's inventory once we're done. So I've already set aside the money, so we've got 28 that I could potentially spend at the merchant. Don't care, don't care. So we're pretty much down to just these. This isn't useful without this. I'd have to haggle to get that, which would bring it to 26, but then I wouldn't have enough to get that without also haggling. I don't think I'm going to try to get these. Let's just keep the money just in case we get enough to finish something else. Or we have the other merchant we haven't looked at yet, so he's got inventory too. He might have better choices. So yeah. All right. We'll leave this alone. And I'll flip that back over. That's the stuff we sold. And let's move you over here. All right, so that's the scholar's inventory. So that was my final action for the round. So we're on a civilization space. There's no conditions currently that will matter when we roll the dice, so we don't have to worry about that. Just increment the time. Grab my tokens. We're going to do another trade action. Now let's do, well, it's a trade action, and we're going to turn the reward in for the title. So we are at the keep. I already paid the gold, and we have monsters equaling the value, so we get to do this one. So we earn 2 LP and 10 fame. Can't click and drag straight out of there. All right. Limit 1 per hero, so I can't just take the others. All right, so we got our 3 fame, paid our money. We'd have to go all the way back to the other place and turn in one of these things to get LPs out of this one. I don't think I'm going to bother probably with that process. Next action, we're going to commerce or trade again. Let's go talk to the other merchant. Other merchant is the crone. And do we want to replace a mission? A tree herder. Go kill 2 tree ants. Supplies. Next alphabetical. So this is delivered to that other location again. Old books. If already with the scholar. We are... This one is what? This one's crone scholar. This one, I don't like this one. I argued about this and basically got overruled. We have a crone scholar situation here. We are currently evaluating at the crone. The crone wants some old books. If already at the scholar, discard and draw a new mission. We're not at the scholar. We're at the crone. We're allowed to take this mission, walk over to the scholar here in the same town, and just immediately hand it in for a reward. Been over it. I hate this, but that's the way it's been ruled multiple times. So I just have to replace one of my earlier missions. Whoops. Missions. So I'd have to get rid of one of these, like this one. This one pays 20 gold. So I think I'll get rid of the Dragon Slayer one. So we'll go ahead and cancel that one. Back up top. Discard that mission. We will take the old books mission. I'm not actually going to drag it down because I'm about to turn it in anyway. What else was there? Tree herder and go to the other place. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about those. Battle axe, buckler, iron helm, leathers, another spell scroll with 1. Ooh, look at this. Now that has potential. Let's see what they got. We got a white magic soul save. Undead that attack this hero or monster must re-roll 1 hit die of the target's choice. All right. Bell of the Beast. Oh, Belt of the Beast. Just a might cube. Receive 1 might cube. Ooh, that's pretty big. Might cubes are hard to come by. You can see why that one's value 12. Symbol of Greed. Grabby hands. May perform 1 loot action, which does not count against the turn's action limit. So like I got the free sneak action off the other item, this would give a free loot action. That would help you get through those sites faster. Spend less time having a chance to roll enemies dropping on you. Let's fill these to see what spells they have. Illusion, Dark Matter, and Peace. And this is the number indicates the power level, 1 through 5. So this is the strongest spell in the white category, which takes a wounded white, another white, and then in any color in order to cast. Combat ends. Do not finish the combat round. As soon as this thing goes off at weapon length 40, combat's over. Illusion. Level 2, all attackers suffer -1 to their attack speed while targeting this hero or monster. So you cast Illusion on yourself, and anybody attacking you has a -1 to their attack speed. Dark Matter. Swap the placement of might cubes and action cubes. If the attack for this round is unresolved, swap might and attack speed. This may cancel or change the order of unresolved attacks. What? Is this like a PvP focus thing? Because the enemies we face in solo, the monsters, don't have cubes. And why would you target yourself? It's a permanent, so you could have it cast on yourself and then you could activate it. And near the beginning of combat, when would you use this? I think this is only useful in PvP. We're not going to pick it up, so I don't really care at this point, but... All right, and then the other one, Divination, Tentacles, and Anti-Magic. Unfortunately, no purple magic. We got purple, a green, and a black to play with, and we didn't get any of the colors. So that kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm not going to try to work into any of these, so I'm not going to bother parsing them out. Adjust for monster tactics? Yeah, I guess that's something you could do. If you had this placed on you as a permanent, and then you activate it, is it... I believe it's a requirement, though. I don't think you can control this. Meaning you activate it first, not knowing if they're going to flip, so you can't really... I mean, the cubes are going to get swapped. It doesn't say you may swap the placement. You don't have a choice. If this thing is active, it's going to happen. So I can't figure out how you could plan that. Because you're placing your cubes later. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to do some Discord research on this one. Oh, I guess that's true. I hadn't thought of that. If you're a character type that's like super speedy, and you had 4 speed cubes placed, when this triggered, it would move your speed cubes up into the might category. Or whichever combination. Swap the placement of might cubes and... It says might cubes and action cubes. So might... Does it mean might cubes and speed cubes? So I thought might cubes were action cubes. Whatever. If the attack for this round is unresolved, swap might and attack speed. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this one. Time to make a note. I got Icon of Dragon answered. This is Dark Matter Spell. WTF. All right. Again, I'm not going to deal with it, so I'm not going to worry about it. All right. Belt of the Beast. I really like the looks of Belt of the Beast. That would be awesome. We don't have a belt item, so I mean, I would love to get that. So if I don't buy anything else, I will make an attempt to haggle for the Belt of the Beast. I don't think I'm as worried about the Symbol of Greed. Although it is cheaper, we could buy it outright, but it's a miscellaneous slot. I got a couple miscellaneous slots open. This is the only other merchant, so we've seen them all now. Nothing super critical on the other merchants, so... Me and my 28 monies. I don't think I'm going to be able to complete any other pay 40 type things. We've already done the one, and we're not likely to turn books in for the other. So I don't see a reason to hold on to the cash. Yeah. So it'd be 24 and 15 would be 39 if we did haggle once, and then next if we just bought this one outright. But we only have 28, so we can't do that. But a single haggle would get us the Belt of the Beast. True, I am going to get 20 more when we step next door. We could always come back after we step next door. All right, let's try to buy the Belt of the Beast. No reason not to give it a shot. We're already at the shop. We've done our selling already and such, so we're going to try to buy that. We're going to try to haggle. This particular merchant, it's one we don't care about. It's the crone. She wants cunning. We have 2 cunning, so my target number is 2 on the haggle roll. A 3 and a 4. We failed at the haggle. We will... Let's see. My next action... I got 2 left. It'd take me 2 to step over. Activate. Then we'd have to sit there. We have our sneak hide. It's going to be orcs and juvenile dragons. I can't imagine we're going to have much problem with either. Yeah, all right. I'm going to spend my other 2 points. Let's just move and get this thing done. All right, so move. Activate the tile. What do we got left? Oh, another site. The Lich? Yep, the Crypt. All right. Crypt on 5. Buried back behind some passages. The only way to get to it on the tile currently is through secret passages. Well placed, Crypt. You did good. You hide it well. So the 3 to 4 connection goes normal if I enchant. So this goes normal, which would give access to the crypt without having to find it. But I can fly over it, and I would definitely enchant the tile to get all that set up. I still need to heal. I got to remember I need to heal. All right. Well, that was the only movement I could do. So we're out of actions. We've got the crypt on the board. Is that the last site? Do we have any undrawn sites? What are we left with? We just drew the crypt. We'd already gotten the chamber and the horde looted out. We got the secret cache done. We haven't seen the shrine. There's still the shrine out there somewhere. All right. So yeah, we'll go refresh missions. The problem is the missions are face down until I visit them again. So we'll just fill in the gap like so, and fill in the gap like so. All right, end of turn. We got that done. We're done here. Time to roll dice. So we're looking for what again in the high pass? Orcs and mountains. We got the Guardian, of course. We got the return monsters and we got the Guardian. So, any monsters out there still? So these guys get returned. Bandits are going home again. No other monsters that are out there, but we do end up summoning the Guardian. Hello, Lich. That changes things, because that means if I fly in, he's going to see me coming and I won't get to hide. And then it'll be a straight up check. And my fireball single target is enough to kill him. He can't block the damage, so if it lands, it kills. Unfortunately, I can't get enough attack speed to get an automatic hit. The vapor form wouldn't be too impactful. It wouldn't be a long trip back to the civilization tile to get it canceled. 4 damage is enough to damage my mithril armor, though. And we definitely couldn't not block it. Well, we're definitely not going there immediately. We'll wait on that, so he might go away possibly if we step back over here. I guess that's the reason you do want to roll the dice when you're here. I should be rolling the dice here if there are any monsters on the board, because we could roll the return symbol that would send them back to their tiles. So I've been missing opportunities to return monsters by not rolling the dice while I'm in civilization tile. All right. Yeah, it'd be an option, fly to 4. We got choices, but we're wounded and so on. I need to go back, finish buying, finish healing, then make the plan. All right, so we rolled the dice. Next turn. Come on. Damn it. All right, we're going to move first. So we just skip our way back over here. One is a woods tile, so it just costs 1 point to move back. Then I am going to do all three of the rest to do a rest action to get me 2 health cubes back. That's near full power. Yeah, currently we're just using it for that or for a 4th damage. Which would be useful if we had, if it failed on the fireballs without enchantment. So we might put that back, but I can get that later. All right, so we're done there. We are not going to get any monsters visiting, and it's possible that he will go away if we get one of the arrows. So, arrow, please. Nope. All right, no monsters. Advance the turn. Turn 21. First thing I am going to do... Stop it. First thing I'm going to do is 2 actions to rest again. I want my full glorious combat potential. Then we're going to do a turn in mission trade action. Our Alpine mission. So we get 1 LP, 5 fame, and 20 gold to start. 1 LP, 5 fame, and 20 gold, taking us to 48. Then we roll mission dice for each of these we have. We've got 2, so we roll 2 mission dice. That's these things. We earn 10 more gold. Oops. Okay. And then mission is complete. Means we can draw another mission. Which, that was turned in just at the keep? Yeah, just at the keep, not with a particular NPC. 1 action left. Now we have cash. So we're going to do another trade action. Head back to this merchant. We've got enough to outright buy both 36 and 15, 51. We got 58. We're not going to be using it for anything else that's going to generate LP. I don't see anything else I really need to pay for. So I think I'm just going to buy it outright. So we're going to grab both of these. Where the hell did that just go? Oh, it put it down there. All right. Put it in my hand. All right. So symbol agreed. Put that up there. And Belt of the Beast goes in our belt slot. That gives us a magic strength cube. Okay. Looking good. And costs 51, taking us down to 7. Really need to figure out how to get this to just be able to let me type a number in. Can't right click without having it drag. All right. I think we're done. Looking good. So, our situation. We got a couple of new items. We got a new strength cube, and we got the symbol agreed to help us do looting actions. That Lich is probably the last target we may go after. We got 9 turns remaining. It's going to take me time to get over there, enchant the tile, get into the proper position, then step onto the Lich space and try to deal with him. And then I got to get back to civilization, which I can do through the fly spell pretty quickly. Well, it's random where I land on the other tile, but you get the idea. So we are full strength. I healed everything up. We spent almost all of our money. Nothing to do with the merchants. No missions to turn in. The mission I just bought from, I need to check the missions. Or the merchant I turned the mission in at. That one was... Oh, that's right. I was going to go step back and forth to do this other mission. So... Scholar is that one over there. So to turn this mission, I need to go over there. All right, we'll do the last action to go turn this mission over there. So it's another 5 gold and 2 more rolls on the mission dice. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fame and 5 gold. All right, now all the missions are clear. Final action. I am going to... do I need to alert? Do I want to switch anything out? I don't think so. Guess I can walk back. I can't even walk back over to that tile. Problem is, I gotta walk to here and then fly, because if I try to fly in, I might land right on the lich and not be able to hide. And I need to do some prep work, if that's where we're gonna go. We are currently at 24 LP, so we're past my my goal by a fair bit. I could just retire right now and call it good. I really think I can take the guy and then loot that place out for a final hurrah. Man, this front side sucks, though. At attack speed of 3, I can't get over to get the automatic hit. And that 4 damage means damage the mithril, destroy the mithril. The good news is, if it goes bad in the first round with the ambush fireball, I can evade. Yeah, so him I can evade. Yeah, we definitely have to go after him. Assuming I don't get anybody else joining in. If other things join in, the math gets bad, but yeah, we'll go for it. All right, so my last action, there's not much I can do with it. I can't enchant the tile I'm on. I don't want to talk to the merchants. I've already rested everything. I don't need to learn anything. I guess I'm just going to pass with my one. Oh, I used everything. Never mind. All right, rolling dice. See if he returns. He does not return. All right, so do that, do that. Now figure it out. So it's going to be 2 to move over to the mountain tile. That gets me to here, tile 6. And unfortunately, I don't have that one item equipped, which means I don't have enough to enchant the tile this round. God dang it. Oh, the timing. The timing. So I move again. It's not really going to change much. I've got to get the tile enchanted. So moving here doesn't help me. If I moved here, I could search, but I really need to just enchant and then fly everywhere. So again, I'm going to end the turn with wasted actions. I hate the feeling of wasting actions. There's nothing I can actively do other than, you know, sneak alert, I guess. I'm already sneaking, so we'll alert and we'll pass the last action. We got caves and claws. What do we got here? Please not claws. We got mountains and orcs that we're interested in here. All right, so nothing shows up. Cool. Turn 23. Grab the actions back. Not you. Okay, so we got to spend 3 to enchant the tile. That's going to give a purple cube. Unlock. Flip. Lock. Place cube. And embiggenate it. And lock it. All right, one action left. Unfortunately, again, nothing I can do with this action. So we'll just alert again, just in case. Not that I have enough speed cubes to use. The alert actually has absolutely no value to me, because I end up using all my alert cubes every time anyway, and I can't fill the available spaces, so having an extra one's really not gaining me much. All right, whatever. So we've set that up. We are alerted. We've got sneak active, and we've got the enchantment in place. And I am, regardless of what happens, I am going to be casting a fly spell at the end. So we're back now that this is enchanted to always flying. Mountains and Guardian. All right. So we get juvenile dragons, 3 of them to clearing 2. So not the clearing I'm on, so we're okay so far. Lich, if he was somewhere else, would return here to his space. He doesn't go away because the hero's on the tile. And if he had gotten pulled for some reason to some other location, he would run back to the shrine to protect it, or the crypt. And that's the only consequence. So, turn 24. We're not going to have many turns to get back. I got to be careful now. I got to make sure we get to the civilization tile and officially retire. Otherwise, I'm going to have a score of 17 instead of 24. All right. So, we're going to do a move action to fly. I am choosing my flight location here. Then we're going to do... That is a clearing tile. Only costs 1 to move in there. All right, so 1 to move there. Then I can regular move in again for a 1 more, and then I can do my hide. All right, so 2 moves gets us in there. Lich says, no, you shall not pass. I try to hide. We successfully hide because we have the sneak advantage. We can ignore that die result. We process that one, and that means we succeed. All right, we are hidden. Now, we go through the combat steps. All right, so combat sequence. He cannot challenge me. He doesn't know I'm here. I am not activating any spell effects. I am not evading. I am targeting him, of course. And then I have to pick my tactics. Let's go grab him and take a look. We'll drag him down here with me. All right, Lich. I am targeting the Lich. And let's copy paste the Lich just to have both sides up. There's only one Lich. I'm just showing both sides of the token. Did I fly into a cave space? This isn't a cave space. There's no caves here. I don't think I flew into a cave space anywhere. The only caves I believe are right here. Correct. You're not allowed to fly into or out of a cave space. Yeah. You did hear correctly. All right. So this is the form he starts on. So this is what we're going to plan around initially. If he vapor forms us, we're just going to run home, get fixed, and then retire. So if he flips and manages to land that, that's what's going to happen. But he won't get to do that till at least the second turn. So we get a freebie, basically. Problem is, I cannot get 4 attack speed. I can't guarantee that the fireball is going to land. So this first round, nothing's really going to matter except for my to-hit roll and then the damage variance, because we might not kill him. We can do 4 with a targeted attack, but the fireball has to roll the range dice, so it could lower the damage. He could be wounded, but still up and kicking. So... Otherwise, since we can't get over top of his maneuver speed, it really doesn't matter what we pick for our speed cubes. Wow. Nothing really matters. All right, so we're going to put this on the second position of the fireball spell. The first one is being fed by the enchantment that I put up. The magical enchantment is putting that one in, so I have to feed the second one. We're going to be ambushing with fireball. So that's one of the 5 cubes I'm allowed to place. Nothing else is going to matter. I can't put cubes on the melee weapon if I'm doing a spell. So only speed cubes are going to be deployed. He can't do anything to me this round. Yeah, it's really irrelevant. I'm not even going to bother since he's not going to get a response this round. All right, let's just process it. I got to roll to see if he flips. He does flip. He goes to vapor form. Well, now it does make a difference. So, you know, we were smart and we actually put the cubes in the one place they would have made a difference had I spent the time actually parsing this out properly, not being a dumbass. That is the only solution that would have made any difference, because now that he did flip, we are 3 attack to his 2, which guarantees the hit. Now the only question is the damage that's inflicted. All right, so we're going to roll these dice. Hope there's no negatives. Positive and -2. God damn it. 1 -2 facing. I keep seeing the single negative facings in all of these damn rolls lately. We had really, really solid early game, and then lately it's just been bitch slapping me with all the bad facings on the 6-sided die. Or a 6-sided die. All right, so our 4 base damage got reduced to 2 base damage. 2 base damage. Get back down here. 2 base damage is not equal to 4. He gets wounded. Don't need... Yeah, let's delete you so I don't get confused. So in order to flat kill him, I have to do 4. We only did 2, and it's not hit points, it's toughness value. So by hitting him for 2, we inflict a wound. So he effectively goes from a 4 toughness down to a 3 toughness. Now comes the big decision. Well, after I make my hide check, then comes the big decision. So he has 1 wound on him. This number is now a 3 instead of a 4. So the threshold to kill him is now 3. All right, I got to do a hide check to see if I maintain my hidden position. This is going to dictate pretty much how this is going to go. All right, we do not hide successfully. You don't get the sneak bonus when you're doing the hide check after a combat round. So that is a failed hide check at this point. So he knows where I'm at. Now it is down to his 40 and my 42. My fireball goes off just a wee bit ahead of him. So at this point, that's pretty much what's going to happen. Assuming he stays on this side. If he flips back, we've got the same arrangement as last time. And if he stays on this facing, I'm still going to keep the same arrangement this time. But he'll, well, it's again, if I roll the -2 again, we still won't have enough damage. So, you know, that would suck. All right. So, yeah, that's what's going on. All right. So, at this point, I have to decide on evading. I am not going to evade. So, challenge, he challenges me, no activation. I am not evading. I target him. I set my tactics the same exact way. Monster tactics, we just got to roll if he flips or not. And nothing changes with the spell setup because I don't have to pay the wounded cube and I just go put this back on. So everything's exactly the same. Does he flip or not? He does flip back again. All right, so no vapor form incoming. I liked it the other way better. Very much liked it the other way better. So now he hits me guaranteed. He's going to put a dent in my chainmail if he survives. All right. Let's process this thing. Resolution, attack speed comparisons. Mine is higher. I go first. We're casting the fireball again. Single target, 4 damage. I do have to roll to hit, and then I have to roll the damage variance if I hit. I do get a re-roll because it's a targeted spell. It's 3 against... My attack speed and his maneuver speed is the same. That means that's a hit. that means he's going to die. Well, he's not dead yet. So I got attack speed of 3. He's got maneuver speed of 3. That brings the equal sign into play as a hit. So that is successful. All right, now we just got to not roll a -2. Anything but a -2 and he dies. +2, +1. All right, that's enough. Lich is dead. Yay. That's 14, and he's a unique, so he cannot reappear. So now we're just worried about the dragons and the orcs showing up. All right, he's out of there. Plan over. Fight's done. Wait. Screwed up the sequence slightly. I had 2 actions left. I successfully hid. I could have searched. Then we go into the combat stuff where I did the ambush and all that thing. So I should have searched twice before we rolled into the combat phase. Search 1. Failed, and I am not getting any rerolls or bonuses. Search 2, we just reroll the 1. And we successfully found it. All right, so that gets us the crypt. We already populated it, so the crypt has been located. We get another for finding it to site. 1 and 5. All right, now the turn's done. Now we reset. Now we process, and we start the next round. And of course, this reset, and then I cast fly again. All right. Back to full actions. It's already been found, so we can just loot. First loot attempt. I want a double grabby hands. I haven't gotten one yet. A 2. 2's a good draw. All right, crypt. You've got 5 and 1. Give me item number 2. Band of Sagacity. It is an epic. So we get our 1 and 5. So the belt item, epic treasure, yellow spell cube placed on this treasure allows the hero to re-roll a hit die roll by or against them 1 time per combat. This card can have cubes placed in addition to other cards. Yeah. All right. Not one we're going to use immediately. I'd rather have... I don't have a yellow magic currently, so yeah, we'll put that in the treasure pile. But it's another epic. Loot number 2. Oh, 1 and a 5. Crypt. That gets us Hawkeye. Oops. All right, Hawkeye is may reroll 1 search die once per search action while in the plains. So there's apparently is an item like this for each of the terrain types, apparently. Again, I don't have plains out. There are a few clearings that are plains clearings, but not enough to make this worth anything to me. 3rd search action, or loot action, that is. That's too high. Get no reward. And 5, our final loot action. Grabby 2. That's another good one. Crypt number 2. The Bejeweled Shield. Worth some cash, but cash doesn't do any good right now. And that's not really any way for me to convert that into victory points before we're going to run out of time. So we could put it in place of the wand, but we're pretty much relying on our enchantment fireball combo, so I don't see the value yet. All right, we are out of actions. Summon monsters. We got Swamp and Carrion. That's not going to do anything on our current space. Nope. All right, what are we left with in the crypt? 3 treasures left. Advance the turn. I'm gonna head home and retire. It's getting too close. I don't want to run the risk. So we're continuing to fly every round. We just advanced the turn marker. I am going to double move to enable me to go move and then standard move to that location. So flew to there, walked to there. Okay. 2 actions left. I don't think there's anything I can do with this, with the merchants, that's going to make a difference. I don't have any missions to complete. I can't turn in any titles. Yeah, I'm just going to declare retirement. So we're going to retire on turn 26. I don't see that I could reach anything else useful. Did we hit every single map tile? 1. We didn't hit this map tile. We hit every other map tile and the 2 map tile set. I'm pretty comfortable with two tiles for a solo game. 3, I've done 3 a few times, and you don't have enough time to visit everything, and it spreads things out a fair bit. 3 feels like you could do it, and it'd be fine, but it feels just a little wee bit large for a single play, but it does give you more variety of everything, so it would still work. I absolutely wouldn't go more than 3 with a solo play. All right, so we're going to retire. If we go take a look at a few things, so we played Possessed and Revealed Epic Treasures a bunch. We found the treasure sites. We got the Forgotten City. We didn't learn any spells beyond what we started with. We got monsters. We got some missions. We got a title. We're not PvP. Retirement and death. We didn't die. We get 1 LP per 10 remaining fame. So basically this converts into 15 LP, taking us up to 28. I don't care about the remainder. And then we also get 1 LP just for surviving when the game ends. So 1 more LP. It would have been nice to squeeze out 1 more for an even 30. And then if we had any outlaw tokens from doing bad boy missions or killing natives, we would then roll dice for these. Plus 1 LP for each double symbol rolled and minus 1 LP for each single symbol rolled. We don't have any of them, so I'm not going to worry about that. All right, that's it. That's the end of the run. So turn 26, Half-Elf Battlemage, extremely successful. Probably the most successful run I've had yet in my solo plays from the few I remember I did about 6 months ago. I think 19 was the highest I had scored with this kind of a setup before. So I'm super happy with a 29, almost 30 score. That's really, really good. We got really lucky though. I mean, absolutely no bones about it. The first 4, 5, 6 turns, we got really lucky. We had no monsters for like the first 4 tiles we went to. We managed to get the loot out of like a couple of the sites almost completely before the first monster showed up. So we absolutely got handed a lot of benefits in the early phase. We had a couple of close calls. Nothing. We had 1 circumstance. Those goddamn griffins. The back-to-back-to-back-to-back super bad rolls in many, many sequences that had multiple griffins dropping on us constantly. That was a scary spot. That was the scariest. That's the closest we came to death. But we got knocked down to just a couple of cubes. We had like 5 or 6 wounded cubes and banged up armor. So it was close. We almost got taken out, but yeah, the enchant tile fireball combo, fly combo, really powerful. And I picked these, 1 for the Battlemage character class, and then 1 for the elf heritage side. I specifically took those 2 to figure out if I could learn how to do this kind of thing and exploit that. So the fly was super powerful with us being able to maneuver like we did. Fireball, we didn't get to do too many group fireballs. I was kind of hoping we'd hit like a group of orcs and I could wipe out a bunch of orcs all at once, but we never had that opportunity. We kept getting groups of tough monsters, like 2 adult dragons, 2 griffins, 3 griffins, that kind of stuff. But we never got the little crunchy guys that a fireball really would wipe out without too much difficulty. So that was unfortunate. But to get that kind of benefit, we'd probably have to be playing with like the Plains terrain pack. I think there's better chance for groups of lower level monsters in that terrain pack. So the mixing of the terrain packs you select for your game makes a big difference. But yeah, we got most of the sites done. We killed a few of the guardians. Had a good time, so I enjoyed it. I wasn't sure how I was going to deal with it when we started. So the speed cube limit, that was really what was making my brain hurt. When we had 4 or 5 previously with the human knight, we were able to constantly kind of switch and adjust and make allowances and have options and so on. This one, it seemed to be all or nothing, one side or the other constantly. But we absolutely got a lot of benefit from the combination of items that we got, and that's all variable, and I like that as well. So, yeah, the sneak item was super powerful. I was so happy when I saw that for 5 value, that symbol of stealth. We got that on like turn 1, and I mean, getting that early and getting the free sneak action for the entire run basically saved me so many actions, so much time. That was by far probably the most influential thing. The most innocuous, I mean, I didn't mention it, and I just had this little token over here the entire time, but I think that was the MVP by far, allowing me to do other things for so many turns. So that's one of those, you get the most benefit the earlier you get it. And we just got absolute maximum benefit out of that one. So, and, other items helped out quite a bit. Elven Slippers came in clutch a few times. We didn't really use Decimation. I was pretty happy when that showed up, but I think we only used it once or twice when I couldn't Fireball. But yeah, things happened. Things changed. We adapted. We overcame. I learned some things about playing some things, and now we've got some experience with a bit of the magic. This character's kind of a 50-50 or maybe a 75-25 emphasis on warrior more primarily than magic, but we went full magic because they kept handing me magic stuff. So we were able to really put that together well and take advantage of the fly fireball combo, especially fly fireball with the slipper or the constant stealth. And having the out of the elven slippers bumping us up to the 4 possible maneuver speed. Unfortunately, half the times where it would have mattered most, we couldn't use it because we kept getting the super, super fast enemies. But all in all, I think it was a pretty clean playthrough. I don't think I missed too many rules. So there you go. Dragons down, folks. Single player, solo game, 2 tile sets with an Elven Battlemage successful, or a Half-Elf Battlemage successful on turn 26. I'm going to go take a break, get some lunch, do some things, and,